Ladies, gentlemen, Speakerhead Squad, what is going on? It's your boy Speakerhead, and welcome to the stream. Hello, everybody. Hello, chat. Hello, Bob. Hello, Darren. Hello, Mike. Hello, everybody. Good to see y'all. Y'all ready for 1.0? But yeah, you guys ready? I know I don't sound very enthusiastic, but you know me. I'm a lazy man. But in all seriousness, I'm super hyped for 1.0. What's going on? Is it Sathvik? Hello. Welcome to the stream. Let me turn my music down just a wee bit here. Hopefully that's not too bad for you guys. Am I too quiet? Sorry. I usually have my gain turned down a bit. Maybe that's a little better for you guys. See, I usually have it turned down because then if I like yell, because this is kind of like my normal talking voice, I'm not like loud all the time, but if I like get loud, it like hurts you guys' ears. Is this a little better? But that's also why we're streaming a little beforehand, because I need to make sure I've got all this stuff all proper and ready to go. Cool beans. Hold up. I have like, so I'm gonna give you guys some little background info. So obviously I don't have a face cam this stream. That's because my old face cam's pretty much like trash, so that's why I'm not using it. But my old PC that I use for a lot of my content also went kaput. So I used to have two monitors for that, but now with my new PC I only have one. So so I can see chat and everything while I'm playing today. I have my second old crappy PC that barely functions off to the side, and so I just have my stream up to the side so I can actually see chat, because this is, besides like buying a bunch of crap and like doing a bunch of weird junk, like this is the only other way I can like look at chat while playing today. But yeah, I was like hearing myself in the background. I'm like, that's not right. But yeah, so what are you guys all excited for 1.0? I'll go first since I'm the streamer guy, I guess. I'm excited to see obviously all the new pals. I'm really excited to kind of see what new like upgrades for pals there are. Like you can kind of just do as a blanket thing, but I'm talking about like passive skills. I'm talking about just like general upgrades, maybe new potential like ways to upgrade. Kind of like trust levels for the last update. So or for Tides of Troy or whatever. So like just more ways to keep buffing your pals in different ways I think would be just really cool. Or even stuff like the boost gun would be really cool. That's okay. We'll be going for a little bit here. I don't know how long, but we'll be going for at least a few hours. Plus I'll leave the stream up so you can always come back and check everything out. But otherwise though, the only other stuff I'm like really excited for off the top of my head for 1.0 is going to be, sorry, my brain's like blanking. So pals, upgrading pals, and base stuff, that's what it was. So just like any base stuff would be kind of cool, like new ways to build. I'm excited for base building stuff. I want to build around Yggdrasil. I don't know if that's how you spell it, but I knew exactly what you were saying. I want the bat thing. There's a ton of stuff that's going to change, and it's going to take a ton of testing. That bat has my heart. Are you talking about like the like flying thing in the background of that one teaser trailer? Like the one that, I don't know if it was a bat, and I think that looked like a dragon to me, but there might have been a different bat one. How much time is left? Hello, Sniper Boy. I don't know. To be honest, I kind of guess it every time, but I've been pretty accurate every single time. So we're gonna hope I'm accurate for this one too. But it seems like in the US at least, because you got to keep in mind this is all releasing based on like Japan time. So in the US, it's generally like midnight-ish. Like when I say midnight, that could be like anywhere between like 9 to 10-ish to like midnight 1 a.m., you know. But that's generally what it seemed like for every other time. That's what it was for Faybreak. That's what it was for Tides of Terraria. That's what it was for what was the most recent one? Home Sweet Home. So I got a feeling. Are you talking about that post that Bucky said? Because I want to believe it, but like he also said in that one, I don't remember if it was Discord or X, but he said that this is just an example, so you don't want to use it 100%. But I mean, once again, I'm personally hoping semi soon. Because I'm talking to you guys, I'm low key gonna just kind of be hoping you guys will let me know. Is this my drunk voice? No, this is my just lazy voice, my non-enthusiastic, just day-to-day talking voice. I'm not, you'll learn this about a lot of content creators. Like, most of them put on some sort of voice. Like, they're usually not as enthusiastic as they are in their videos. I try to be enthusiastic because I'm trying to be a positive man, but I'm lazy. Also, it like actually like kind of started hurting my throat to kind of keep going like this all the time. I'm like, no, effort. But you can call this my drunk voice if you'd like. I promise also too, this is like beginning stream energy, so like I'll be getting into it more. Like I'll be once 1.0 actually comes out, I'll be ready to go. They went all morning. Well, they want all morning to make a final pass of the game, and all afternoon do emergency bug fixes. Noon is a good time to launch. Yeah, that's generally how it is. Once again, you got to think about like when is a good time for it to release in Japan and stuff. Like as much as they like their US and other country audiences, that's kind of like who they mainly give a shit about and what time they're working off of. So like I said, every other update has come out at like 10 p.m. So like they do not care about us. They're like, stay up, losers. Will all the new stuff be a higher level than 65? I would assume so. I mean, I don't really know much about what's going on with 1.0 besides just obviously what was kind of like given to us and a little bit of that leak stuff because being the content creator I have to be the little vulture and steal up as much info as I can. But I did see all that stuff. But I'd assume so. I don't know how many levels and everything, but I'd assume at least 5 to 10. I heard this was supposed to be pretty massive, like even bigger than what's it called? Fabric. Just because it's like not like island size specifically, but just because there's like so much that's apparently changing. I mean, I'm sure all of you have heard about the 27 pages of notes, which Bucky literally has as his name now. So it's not a secret. Speaker, how long are you going to stream? I'm not totally sure. I'm gonna stream for at least a few hours here. It's honestly just all depends on how long it takes us to get through everything. But yeah, we're gonna go for a bit here. I'm not really in any rush. I took off of work tomorrow, so it's not like I have to worry about like getting off and then going to work and all that stuff. So like pretty much once I get off stream, I'm gonna be starting to work on some content and all that good stuff. Starting to learn about 1.0, figuring out all that stuff. You know, the normal 1.0 or not 1.0, normal update grind, figure out all the new stuff, figure out all the new pals. Um upgrades, what's changed, all that good stuff. 1 hour, 15 minutes left. We'll see. Once again, I'm just literally sitting here chilling on my OBS. So like, and this is the only way I can see chat because like I just mentioned, I only have one monitor at this time. I could switch over. I guess I do have that other one, but I'm lazy. So, but yeah, we'll see how long it takes. Would you suggest starting a new save file? I'm currently at level 40. Bucky recommended it. I guess it really depends because I just don't know if things will, like how much will be changed. Let Here's a good way of putting it. If you're going to be sticking around a little bit later in the stream for when 1.0 is actually out, I could probably tell you then because obviously I'll be loading into the world and we'll see if like things work and how much has changed because once again, not knowing what's going on with 1.0, I can't really give you a solid answer, but Bucky said to at least save your backup worlds and he suggested to start a new world just to check everything out from a fresh perspective, but in terms of everything working properly, when 1.0 comes out, I could not tell you that. Uh, Bucky didn't even know how he was going to post the notes to Steam. That's awesome. I mean, that's a lot of notes. Like he literally just have to release like a Google Drive document and just let everyone look at it. What do you guys think? The new levels will be 70. I could see that. I could see 70 being the new level. Once again, maybe they might go to 75 just to kind of like even that out, get us solid 25 levels in all of that early access time, you know? But we'll see what happens. Once again, I literally don't know jack squat. I tried chat. I really tried to zoom in on that screenshot or that like picture Bucky meme to us. I couldn't get anything. Hello, Garf. Good to see you, friend. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, Devil's Shoes. Well, I'll read yours in a sec, Devils. I want to read Bob's. What's going to be your objective once the game drops? Search for new areas on your main account. Sprint for pals for breeding stock or hitting your base and looking at existing pal changes. I don't know, to be honest with you. I mean, with considering once again 27 page notes of update stuff, um, I feel like I'm gonna get just super overwhelmed. So we might just kind of decide together, chat. So we'll see what happens. 12:30 Japan time. 6:30. Yeah, like I said, most of the time for me it's been I live like Midwest-ish, so my time's always like 9 to 10 p.m. I'm sorry, I just kind of said specific times without even stating any sort of time zone. Obviously, I always say CST, Central Time Zone. That's what I'm in. So but anyways, back to you, Devil. I heard new max level is like 80. I could see that as well. Once again, I guess this is how I kind of view levels. It all depends on how much stuff they plan on adding because you got to remember there's got to be room for all this new stuff on the technology thing, and there's only so many slots you can fit in each one of those little columns. So it really just depends on how much they plan on adding and like how many new like saddles they need to add because that's another thing you got to remember too. There's got to be room for saddles. So I could see 80 as well, depending on just once again how much they decide to add and all that. I'm optimistic. Hope for level 100, a full number. Yeah, that would be pleasing once again. That's why I said 75 because I'm like, oh, then you get that 25, and then maybe if they do another like 1.5 or power 1.5, we can get 100 or something. But I would like 100. That would be cool. I'm going straight for the tree. It is the key. I'm assuming most new endgame is going to be there. That would make sense. I mean, it literally has been that's been in the game since like the for day one of early access. Not like but Sorry, I'm like brain farting. My chat's not usually this active chat. You gotta remember, I don't stream ever, and I also have ADHD, so like I'm very bad at multitasking. So I'll like start like talking, and then I'll just kind of like read something. So I apologize. But I've also heard conflicting amounts of patch notes, page 27 and 40 being the range, but 40 is more speculative. Hoping we eventually get to level 100 long term. Who knows? Maybe we'll get that. Yeah, once again, I don't know anything. I try to look up as much as I could. I even like in all that what's it called? Excuse me. I feel like I'm about to burp. But what's it called? I learned what I could from the leak stuff, but and just once again just did what I could to learn everything I could. But yeah, we'll see what happens. Once again, obviously we're gonna get some levels. Like I feel like it would be absurd if they just left it at level 65. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Holy crap, my stream elements thing works. Chat. Oh, we're gonna do this right now. I promise we're not gonna what is the timer and countdown? Not totally sure. We're assuming within like the next hour or so though. But chat, I need to let you guys know this. I've released new music specifically for Palworld 1.0. We're gonna switch to it fast. I released one new battle song, one just general EDM song, and a lo-fi song. So let me do this. So this is, I'll play, we'll just listen to them all in order. I'll just have it play through. But this is the new battle song, chat. I'll turn it up a little. This is the new battle song. Let me know what you think. But this will be one of the songs we'll be using during the stream because I did set up some fun stuff for to use during battles. Also gotta pop the energy drink, chat. Gotta be energized. Like I said, it's early stream. That's why I sound super tired. I haven't woken up yet. I was working today. But like I was saying, this is one of the new songs that's released. So if you need some battle music for your fun tower boss battles or whatever, raid bosses and all that good stuff, there you go. But I'll just have it play through. Let me make sure this is looping. Cool. All right. We'll turn this off for a sec. So we'll listen to all of them. All right, I'm back to chat. Luckily, not too much I missed. I think they will move some older stuff around, i.e. X items that we got at level 20 may now be 67. We'll see. That would be interesting because I feel like yeah, like some of the weapons are cool. I just feel like they're just too early game or like late game. So maybe they will do some like balancing and all that good stuff. Or at least if like stuff that feels out of place, they'll like buff it or nerf it. Don't know. Yeah, okay, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, we're just kinda guessing. I was hoping to be able to build over water. Like make your own platforms. Well, they did show some sort of building on water or something. I know that, or I've heard that there's what's it called? That there's floating like bases or something. Like I said, I've been doing a lot of stuff. I think I found some like semi real notes, but like I also can't confirm either. But like I thought I saw that there's supposed to be like water platforms, or I thought it was in one of the teasers or something. Like I said, I've been doing a lot of research and trying to keep track of a lot of things. My brain hurts, chat. Like I'm literally gonna crash after this stream. That has been confirmed. Yeah, 65. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of just like a weird number. I feel like it'd be so strange to kind of just like leave it at that, you know? So I feel like we'd at least get like 10 once again to get to 75, but we'll see. I'm hoping 75. Yeah. Once again, too, it just all depends on how much new stuff they add. If they add a bunch of stuff, they're just gonna have to make room for it and add levels, make stuff harder, which allows more updates to give more level until we get to 99. Yeah, true. Loki waiting to see speaker with Water Villa. Yeah, I am excited for that. What's it called? I feel like that's gonna be super entertaining. Like the second I even heard like rumors of that, I'm like, I'm building like the Going Merry for One Piece or the Thousand Sunny. By the way, this is the second new song, chat. I made this for my update video when I said I was gonna stop making Palworld content. LOL, isn't that a funny joke? Um, but yeah, this is the second one. I just kind of made an extended version and stuff, but I liked it, so I figured I'd add it to the label. And then the third one, I will just kind of say that the third song, for those who've watched my old Berry Bite sponsorship, not a sponsored stream, by the way. I don't really work with them anymore. I'm just kind of stating their name. Um, but essentially during those sponsored segments, I had music that I made for those, and I'm like, I'm not really doing this stuff anymore, and I have the music, might as well upload it for people to listen to. So I kind of like tweaked it and made it a little longer. But yeah, I got that as well uploads. We got 3 new songs on the label for 1.0. But yeah, going back to your thing though, Darren, yeah, it's gonna be, I'm hyped to see like the building on water stuff. I have so many ideas, so many possibilities. I could build a wipeout course, chat. I mean, I could do that with cheats, but now I can do it like officially. Hello, old school. Welcome to chat. Hope you're doing well. I thought I saw it as well. So, yeah, like once again, I don't remember if I like read it in, because what ended up happening, I don't remember how it got out. Someone kind of got some like notes or made their own notes or something. I don't know the full dealio, but there was some sort of notes. Bucky said that they're fake, but it did have a bunch of stuff, and I want to say it did say something about water building. And once again, I feel like it was shown off at this point in one of these trailers. There's just, that's the problem, chat. When new stuff is released almost every day, it gets hard to keep up. That's kind of the reason why I didn't like make any content like within the past few weeks, because I was going to put stuff out. But one, I'm like, well, what if the stuff I put out just immediately becomes outdated? The second 1.0 comes out. So I felt like that was a bad idea. So unless I was just literally doing meme stuff, I didn't know what to do. And two, um, yeah, it's just like got my brains farting. But yeah, I'm just like, yeah, oh, that's what it was. Sorry. That's how my brain works. I'll forget stuff and I'll remember like 10 seconds later. But yeah, then with all the new stuff coming out, I was gonna do like a update video, like, oh yeah, this is all the stuff we know before 1.0, and then it's just new stuff every day. I'm like, I couldn't keep up. I'm too busy to keep up. Almost got all my 1.0 prep done. Need to alpha Kelpsy Ignis, and I'm done. Bringing the arc, or bringing the arc with me for it. And very nice, very nice. I'm very prepared. I built up my 50 Heartless army. So I feel like you guys should know by this point, I build up raid boss armies all the time. So I have a Bastgor army. I have a Xenolord army. I have a Lamball army. And I have a Heartless army. So I'm ready. Put me in the game, coach. Once again, I'm going to have you guys kind of let me know when you guys can finally update it. Because I'm like, long story short, I'm not even going to like open my game until that update comes out. Just because I'm like, I don't want to do anything, and then it gets, my world potentially gets erased, or it doesn't even matter because of update stuff. So I'm just like, I'm not going to touch it. We're just going to wait and see what happens once 1.0 comes out. That's what it seems. Plus, I like talking about all this stuff with you guys. I don't talk to you guys often. I had a super base I was working on and lost the plot trying to build it and kind of abandoned the build. I hear ya. It happens. I've definitely had builds where I'm like, there's definitely mega bases you guys have never seen in the that has not and will never see the light of day. Like most like pictures and stuff, just because I've never made videos on it. So I hear ya. And I built them specifically for content, which is what's funny. Seems like it was confirmed like 50 hells, not to mention alternatives, which uh aren't counted by number, but yeah, exactly. So that's what I'll because I talked to a few other Palworld content creators. Speaking of, we're gonna do that shout out right now while we got some chat. For those who have seen the content creator Captain Zector, he's got a video that should be coming out like in a day or so. I got a little part, tiny part in it, and it's like literally less than a paragraph, but you know, helped him out. It was fun being in it. He's really amazing at animating and all that stuff. So once again, Captain Zector. So definitely check him out. Also, check out Azalea Games as well because I think she's also streaming tonight, tomorrow. I don't know, but she's doing some Palworld 1.0 content once that all comes out too. So make sure to check those guys out later. But right now, you guys stay here. I need you. Are you also on the beta testing? No, I didn't get any sort of beta testing or anything like that. I'm unfortunately not cool enough, which sucks. That's okay. That means I get to be excited right now. I need Demon God on Heartless, but RNG hates me. I hear you. Well, hopefully there'll be some better ways to like get pat or rainbows on there because rainbows were one of those weird things that were kind of added like midway through. So hopefully they'll kind of do some rebalancing and make that a little easier to get that stuff because I feel like they kind of underestimated how difficult getting some skills are. Because I hear you, like literally, it is for personal upgrade guide reasons. I would love that, like to make it way easier to get rainbows, because it is a nightmare, especially on like raid bosses and stuff, and any other pals that you can only breed with like other of the same pal to get another one. Because like Heartless, Xenolord, Bellinor Libero, what's the fucking last one? Blazemut Ryu. Sorry, I kind of always forget about him. Yeah, like all those guys, it is a nightmare to breed passive skills on them because you can't use Yakumo, you can't do any breeding combos, so you literally just gotta keep breeding them over and over again and pray you hopefully get it. So once again, hoping there is easier ways to get rainbow passive skills, or you can like buy them in the pal surgery table or something. Maybe not all of them, but like some, you know? Because I'm assuming there's gonna be a bunch of new passive skills as well. Like, I don't think it's gonna be like Tides of Terraria where we got like three. Green Dino Ranger, hello, hello. I thought I saw you. I was trying to catch him on chat, but welcome to the stream. Happy 1.0, and thanks for the donation. I appreciate you. You're always so sweet. I appreciate you. But welcome. Hope you've been doing well. We're gonna be going for a bit, so glad you could stop in. I did a backup on my main server an hour ago just in case. Yeah, I made sure to save literally every single one of my worlds. I got all my repair done on my main save. Complete about 3 weeks ago. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you guys know me. You've seen my base builds. I have so much crap stored all the time. I'm just ready to go 24/7. But even before updates, I will always make sure to kind of like add, or I'll always make sure to like extra stock up because once again, like stuff like kinship peaches, XP manuals, all that stuff. Like anything I could need for a PAL upgrade guides, I always kind of try to get a good stockpile of because there's always that stuff. And for this one, there was a lot. I'll be honest, I would personally never recommend Dr. Braun. I know it's like mentioned in my videos, but it's just so inconsistent that like great example, I tried upgrading my Zoe and Grisbolt through Dr. Braun. They're currently sitting with 4 negative passive skills, so I kind of just do not recommend that. I have max infused 3 Heartless so far. Very nice. Yeah, don't mind me. I sweat this game. Like I'm currently sitting at like almost 10,000 hours. I'm like I'm so excited. I can almost make my I've played 10,000 hours of Palworld video and everyone can be like go touch grass and I'll be like never. But yeah, long story short though, there's to be honest, my recommendation for getting rainbow passive skills, besides like legend and like very specific ones you can't pass on, just use Yakumo. Get a Yakumo with the skills you want, because then you only have to do one breeding thing and like just go catch pals in the wild versus having to breed every single one, which is a nightmare. Trust me, as someone who does this for like all the time, I just go for Yakumo for most pals. Yep, took me about 4,000 brain to get my reuse done. Yep, exactly. It was pain. Also disable mods before patch. Luckily, I don't have any mods currently on. I haven't used anything really from the workshop. And then, what's it called? Um, any like other mods, I haven't updated those in a while, so they should be pretty good. Plus, they're not like mods. They're like external programs that like, or extensions almost that like you'll like turn what's it called? You'll like open and then it'll you can just like do stuff like turn off restrictions like building on water and stuff. But like once again, I haven't updated that in a while, and it's not like downloaded into the game itself. It's like its whole separate thing that just like attaches the PAL world, if that makes sense. I've gotten my Yakumo squared away. Yeah, I mean Yakumo's the goat. Like especially once they finally made his movement speed not like atrocious, like and actually usable. He's pretty solid. Little weak, but he's a little tiny dog. What can you expect from the little guy? Speaking of Zoe and Griswold, is there a way to just get Zoe because she shows in her cosmetic thing for just her specifically? Yep. So pretty much you just go to the church that you do the mission for Zoe and Grisbolt. Instead of talking to Grisbolt, you shoot her in the face and have a mercy ring on. You think I'm joking? Watch my guide. It's my second or third most viewed video on my channel. I hope we can separate the animals by sex as well in the patch. Yeah, to be honest, I don't really think about like sorting for pals too much. I don't really mess with that too much, but for the people who do care about it a lot and care about that organization, hopefully there's some stuff. I'm lazy. Sorting it by 1, 2, and 3 for my liked is all I need. 1 is just generally liked pals, 2 is my raid boss pals, and 3 is the pals that I actually use. How did I wipe my glasses off and they're more dirty? Chat, I'm just gonna say this. I'm sweating like hell. It is so humid. Like I think like my shirt's just got so much goddamn sweat on it. It's making my, or at least that spot, just making my glasses dirty. But also just catching that one that gives you, yeah, pretty much. Like it's a little weird, but yeah, you pretty much just catch her. Also, I'll mention too, because people get confused, because she's just an NPC, you can use literally any NPC to condense with her. You don't have to use um like just Zoe's. Like you don't need to catch 116 Zoe's. So just a little tip, so you can just go catch little like level 5 or like level 2 3 grunts. Mine is not. My stuff is pretty chaotic. You guys will probably see it once they get on here. But like I said, I'm ready. I've been just farming kinship peaches. To be honest, just mainly kinship peaches. I farmed a little bit of coralum, but like I have half an advanced chest of like everything. So like I have like 3 to 5 rows of everything. So it's like I've got all the supplies I could ever need. So it's like best way of putting it, I can't be any more prepared than I currently am, if that makes sense. The only way I could do that is if I literally upgrade every other pal in the game, which I'm not doing. I got other stuff I gotta do. I got a job and stuff. I got my real animals to tend to, not my virtual ones. Got lucky. Got my lucky collection pages 1 to 5, unused pals 10 to 40, arrayed armies starting on page 50, and all my breeding stars. Very nice. It sounds very organized. All supposedly NPCs can use guns now. I hope so, because they all hold them and you can't, they just punch, which is stupid. Zoe's the only one that actually can't, has like the skill use gun. So hopefully all of them can do that. It should have been like that a while ago. Let me turn on music again, unless you guys are cool with music for right now. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me. I'll turn it down just a tad. There we go. And then my legacy builds are on 200 plus. I mean, all of my worlds, I think the lowest world I have, and I will say this, they're like all copies of each other, is like at 3,800 something. I think it's, yeah, it's at like almost 3,900 days. And my current one is like 1,000 more than that. Like the one that I actually play on, like with the Chickpea Mega Base, which you guys will see, because that's the world we're playing on today. We're playing on the world with my Chickpea Mega Base and then my Tree Expedition Base, which I showed off in my ranking my Mega Base video, which if you guys haven't seen that, watch that after this video, because I ranked all of the Mega Bases I've ever built before 1.0. So if you're wondering which ones I personally think are the best and worst, watch that video, because I give my honest opinions. Lucky I did a crap ton of not coralite or coralum, chromite. I did a lot of chromite farming like a while ago, so I've been pretty good on chromite for a bit. Hopefully they'll add some farms and stuff for that, because I feel like that's the trend. Every update, whatever like the best resource was, they generally add some sort of farm or easier method of getting it. So like I have a feeling there's gonna be an easier way of getting like coralum and hexalite. I've had a breeding farm dedicated to the whales, pumping them out for disassembly for 3 weeks. Yep. I did a combination of that and a combination of just like my favorite spot to actually search for coralum is the waters like around where the tree is in like the icy area. I'll just like go and like search those waters, and I can usually get a pretty decent amount of coralum. So I'll do that, and then I'll like Go back to my base, give my whales, and that's what I did. Oh, I just put a hexalite mine in each of my reading bases for something. Yeah, that's why I'm hoping we'll get like chromite as well, since we already have hexalite. Because I felt that was always kind of dumb. It's like, I get it, you technically use more hexalite than chromite, but what's the point? Like, you need both of them, so I prefer a mine for both. I'll sell my extra chromite if I have too much, or vice versa. Oh, I just put a hexalite mine. Oh yeah, I just read that. Oops. But yeah, I also got like, how many Berlohas do I have? I think I only have two. I don't really need that many considering it doesn't stack or anything. But yeah, I got a couple. Base pals equals passives are easy. Which ones to use are whatever you want. Single skills, multi skills, dark. Hold on, let me read your thing again. My brain like farted for a sec. Base skills or base pals equal passives are easy. Which ones to use? My light just like fell. That's awesome. Anyways, um, which ones to use are whether you want single skills, multi skills, and or dark pals. Yeah, true. What's weird is Say and Saline didn't even give you a mining plot. Did they not? I don't even remember. Like Sakurajima was so long ago. I could not tell you what even came out in that besides obviously Sakurajima Island. I just pulled up when the update coming out. Welcome. We're not totally sure, but it should probably be within the next hour, just because that seems like that's when every other update comes out. But yeah, we're not totally sure. Hopefully soon. I don't want to have to shake dupe items for high-end resources. Yeah. Once again, hopefully there'll be better ways to kind of farm everything. I feel like we've been saying about an hour for the past like 30 minutes, so it might even be less time. I'm not totally sure. I'm just assuming roughly around 10-ish. That's about all I got for you. Like, we could have easily beaten or been quartz. Yeah. Rip. I thought I was going to be like 30 minutes ago or something. I know, right? Well, that's the sucky part, especially if you live like US or like anywhere where it's kind of like nighttime right now. Yeah, they're in Japan or they go off Japan time. So yeah, we're screwed. We get the short end of the stick. I was more so getting at a fabric out. They could have added hexalate plots to Sakurajima boss unlocks. Oh, that's true. Yeah, okay. Hello, Azza. Everyone that's Azalea Games. She makes Palworld content. You should check her out after this stream. But my stream, you shouldn't leave that. I need you, please. My channel's dying. I'll crack out when I first message. It's okay, devils. I'm illiterate as fuck, so I suck at reading. So that's another reason why I don't stream, because I can't read well. My brain don't work too good, Bubba. My brain don't work no good. 40 minutes left-ish. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, we've been saying, like, an hour for, like, half an hour. Damn, it says 8:30 time zone. Yeah, once again, it's a little different. I'm Central time zone, so it's, like, 9:51 currently for me. Oh yeah, Garth. I know it's super, super early where you're at. Yeah, exactly. As a, it's it's like the- I'm just happy because I'm like, I most times I can stream is at night, so I'm like the fact it comes out at night is like perfect timing for me. As in the chat, whoop whoop. Yeah, everybody, as is peak. You should definitely check her out. Understandable. Well, like I said, I know all of us will have Palworld content coming or 1.0 content coming out once the update drops. So we'll see. Or not, we'll see. I know you'll have some stuff coming out. So once again, people, go check her out because she will have stuff coming out. Don't know when, but it'll be out eventually. Uh, I like Zoolander. There's school for kids. Yeah, exactly. England, UK. Yep. Rest in pepperonis. USA. US. I'm joking, Garf. So, Speaker, are you excited to find the next strongest pal in the game to max out? Who do you think it'll be? I can't wait. I don't know. I mean, that dragon shall, I don't really know. I'm trying to think. Because there's like the rock, like dragon thing, or whatever that one dragon was we first saw in the initial trailer. There's the big flying dragon. He's pretty cool. Um, Gosh, there's just been so much that's come out, but like those are the only two that kind of popped out as like, yeah, I'm trying to think because there's the panda one, the rock guy I really like. I think there was like a snail or something. I don't even remember. There's the um the little kind of taser dog I really like. There's that other dog I like, the bigger one that was shown. I don't remember his name, but Blue Sky Dragon. Yeah, that one. You know, see, Asa knows all the code or like not the code names, whatever the I guess it's kind of the code names, whatever their names are in like the files. So she knows that I'm lazy. I don't look it up. I like to be excited and check it out. But yeah, I mean, I'm assuming both of those dragons are probably gonna be at least one of them's gonna be a legendary. Because I mean, unless there's something else you guys can think of that was teased, because I don't think that rock guy is gonna be a legendary. He kind of just looks normal. Um, yeah, but yeah, probably one of those guys is my guess. I know, right? It's very hard to beat Heartless's nuke. That's why I got 50 of them bred and ready to go for any raid boss we come across. Serpent Lightning Dragon looks sick and probably gonna be party main. Oh yeah, I forgot there's that other dragon too that was flying in the sky of that one teaser. I mean, I don't think he's a legendary, but I think he'll be cool. He just looked straight up like a dragon. So, yeah, little tiny man. Little tiny Pomeranian. Like that little guy. But yeah. Once again, if you guys here while you're chilling, don't close my stream, or if you do come back, please, go watch Azza's video going over all the stuff that we kind of know about 1.0 because I didn't make that video, so you should watch hers before it comes out. So you're all prepared because I don't know shit. I've been hunting Warsack Terra Alpha all day and only been getting males. Rip. Well, there's the PAL reversers, so you could always use one of those. Once again, I was saying where I get Coralum from, like in those oceans kind of by the tree, by like the Sakurajima and the ice island or whatever, or the ice section of the island. That's where I usually farm Coralum, and from there I'll also get technique books, dog coins, and schematics, and finally, what's it called? PAL reversers. So just get a PAL reverser, PAL surgery table, bada bing, bada boom. I like to gather all the lucky pals in early new games. I hear ya. That is fun. I haven't really done much lucky hunting. I think I've been kind of saving that for if I ever do like a stream or something. Because I don't know how to make content about that. Like, or just like a guide or something, you know. I can't wait to explore and find new pals. Me too, Green Dino Ranger. I'm going to attempt to call you one of your names that I always try to, but you know how it is. It's going to be all of the above. Green, Ranger, Dino. We'll find out what I call you today. I've become convinced he's actually Blue Sky Dragon. I mean, he is blue. He is in the sky. And he does look like a dragon. So, that would be my first guess. If I were to take a guess out of any name for him. I want the new Kung Fu Pal that's kicking by the waterfall. Are you talking about the little leaf panda girl thing? The one that was shown in the initial 1.0 trailer? That one's cool. I like that one. Like I said, it reminds me of like pretty much Bastgor's like apprentice essentially. They thought I thought they were different at first. Come on, Asa, you silly goose. Then again, like I said, I don't know any of the code names, so I wouldn't even know the code name. So once again, you still know more than me. Hello, is that who I think it is? Because you don't use your other account? Hello, how's it going? Is it MJ? Like, see, the reason why I asked is because I've had two viewers for a long time. One is LJ and one is MJ. So it's very confusing, especially when you're not using your normal account that I can see. So it's one of you two, though. I know that. I just don't remember if it's L or M. But hello, I hope you're doing well. Leaf fan. That's pretty neat. I want the Chester one. Which one's the Chester one? MJ. Ha! I knew it was one of them. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Why don't you use your other account anymore? You're literally still a member on that account. But hello, good to see you. Hope you're excited for 1.0. No, they told us her name. Her code name is Panda Girl. Oh. I don't know. This whole, like, 2, 4, probably, yeah, like, month, essentially. Whenever the, like, initial trailer came out, this whole time period has been a blur. I'm like, I don't even know. I'm like preparing. I was trying to get content ready, and then I'm like halfway through making some of it. I'm like, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't because it's probably all going to change, and it's all going to be out of date, and I'm going to look stupid. So, and once again, that's why I haven't been posting. I'm like, I'm going to just wait and see what changes so that way I don't have to make an updated guide again. I'm hoping for once, chat, my guides don't go out of date in 6 months. Please. I don't want to make the same video again. I started completely from scratch, not bringing anything over from my existing save. I do plan on doing a like fresh playthrough on stream. I just don't know when, but that will be happening now with 1.0. Once again, just kind of waiting for that to come out because I didn't want to like start something and then 1.0 come out, you know. A decision I'll probably regret when I have to breed perfect base and raid pals again. I hear ya. I will be in the same boat. Hey, well, the nice part is we already have the knowledge, so it should go faster the second time, in theory. Hopefully, maybe. We'll see. Once again, we don't know what's changed in 1.0, so it might be easier to get stuff for like later game. Okay, I hope you have a good adventures getting ready, because we're gonna head to the world tree. It must contain secrets and answers. Yep, and also welcome the Gamer King. Yeah, the world tree. I'm excited for that. And once again, we'll kind of decide chat and figure that out and see what everybody wants to do, because I don't even know what I want to do. Because once again, from leaks, I have heard there's some floating island junk. I don't know if that's part of the trees or part of the tree or like around the tree or not part of the tree at all. So I don't know what that is. So we might need to explore that as well. But I guess that as long as we can just kind of go to the tree, I'm down to just go check that out right away. Once again, we'll have to kind of see because there's 27 pages of notes. It might be overwhelming. It is, technically, within like the next 30-ish minutes, hopefully. Because once again, we can't keep saying it's going to come out in an hour, chat. That was an hour ago. Not an hour ago, but like 30 minutes. 1 hour and 30 minutes exactly. Or 1.0 in 30 minutes. Once again, I'm just chilling in with you guys until it officially comes out because I don't really see a point of hopping on the game if I'm going to immediately have to hop off and update and then hop back on. I might as well just wait for the update. Plus, once again, I don't really get to talk to you guys ever because I never respond to comments because I'm lazy and busy and all that good stuff. But I got the update already 1 minute ago. Coming out. All right, chat. Might be coming out already. Anyone else getting it? I'm gonna wait a few minutes because I feel like every time it's super like delayed. Like mine's always like 5 minutes late. 14.9 gigabytes. Interesting. I got the update on Xbox. Is it time, ladies and gentlemen? Is it time? Hold on. Give me a sec. Hold on, give me a sec. I'm not seeing anything on my thing yet. Once again, mine is just super delayed sometimes. I just closed my Steam. Where'd it go? Come back. I need you. Sorry, chat. Even though I make content on the internet, I'm really stupid when it comes to using my own PC. Had to restart Steam. Mine should be good because I just opened a fresh one. Oh, I'm seeing an update, chat. We're updating. LOL, not enough space. You hate to see it. Yeah, mine's updating. It might take a few minutes here, chat. So, well, chat, while you're waiting for your thing to update, you should go watch this cool content creator called Azalea Games because she made a video preparing you and getting you all the information you need on 1.0. So you should watch that before you play it because then you'll have all the information you need. Smile. Yee. I'm now just seeing Bucky's thing about the time. That was from this morning. Man, I should really check this more often, huh? Yeah, I mean, he added the thing saying, please note that official servers will take an extra 30 minutes to come online after update is released. We're getting there, though, chat. It's taking me a bit, though, because my computer's slow. I'm at around, I don't know, what am I, sorry, I, like, tabbed out of it. I'm at 22%. I watch all Azalea videos. There you go, Azza. You got a fan from my community as well. MJ is a sweetheart. Azza's a nice person. I'm sure that she'd like you. Cause as they're obviously not using their account right now, but that's like one of my few channel members, MJ. All right, chat. Yeah, this is gonna take a minute here. To be honest, you guys might even get your stuff downloaded before mine. I think it has to do because I'm like streaming and all that junk, but yeah, it's taking me a minute here. So y'all have fun with the update without me though. Let me know what you find. There you go. See, now you don't have to feel shy. Oh, look at all the friendship happening in chat. It's disgusting. Get it out of here. I'm sorry once again. I apologize if that was loud because like I talk quiet, but then if I like slightly raise my voice and I have a very projecting voice, it gets loud quick. So I apologize. Let me know if I need to turn my volume down. Still making space. Oof. That's the problem with modern gaming, man. It's like, oh, you have a 2 terabyte hard drive, you can get a solid 4 games on there. It's just like you're gonna need your own PC. We're gonna go back to like arcade units where it's like one big ass machine can hold 1 game. But instead of it being an arcade machine, it's gonna be literally just like virtual reality for everything. Just everything has its own like virtual reality with its own like PC built in or like built on the side. Patch notes out. Well, don't worry. You'll check out the stream. I promise, like I said, we're going to be going through as much as I can tonight. So, but we're updating though. Uh let's see. Where are they on Discord? Oh, I see that announcement. Thanks to them now, buddy. I've liked them a long time ago. That's cool. I'm not mad. You're mad. On sale, by the way, chat. It's currently $20 or $20.99 USD if you don't have it right now. At least on Steam. All right, let's do this, chat. Let's look at these notes while my game's updating. What do you say? Why don't we look at some patches? Oh, Jesus Christ, what is happening? I was trying to just like pull a separate tab out and I was trying to like slot in the left and right thing of my like current thing. I'm like, what is happening? Yeah, I was saying I tried really hard to look at those notes. I couldn't get nothing. All right, how do I do this? Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. That is not the right thing. Stop. That's for later, chat. You'll see that later. All that chaos of music, I mean. I promise it won't be that. It'll be separate and not just chaos. Yeah, I was gonna say notes are out. I'm switching over to a window capture thing. Select this. Cool. You guys can see that, I'm hoping, maybe. Hi, I'm back. I mean, it's showing on my screen. I'm trying to look on my other. There we go. All right, so you guys can at least see that. All right, well, let's look through it. So we're gonna skip this for now because I think that's just the trailer that we got like a day or so ago. So let's look at this. I'm not gonna like read it because I'm gonna tell you, chat, I'm not like that person in reading where it's like, all right, you're gonna read every paragraph because you're so good at reading. I was the opposite. I suck so much at it. So we're not doing that. We're gonna just eyeball it here. I'll just kind of keep it on screen, little sections, so you guys can look at it, and I will mention stuff I think is neat while I kind of speed read it in my brain. Floating sky, tree. 72 new pals in the world. So 287 total pals, chat. Isn't that neat? So a lot of new pals. All right, so there's stuff with awakenings and mutations, whatever that is. Interesting. Oops, sorry. Okay, cool. New islands. So once again, yeah, it seems like there's some sort of sky island on top of the world tree. So we might need to explore that a little bit. Kind of check that out. It looks neat. Very cool. Revamped world. Ancient ruins. Very cool. Watchtowers. New small islands. Here, I'll scroll down so you guys can see that. But look at all that chat. New settlements. I'm interested about ancient ruins and what those are about. Through exploration and mini games, you can earn valuable rewards such as schematics. I wonder what kind of schematics. I hope they're cool and not garbage. Islands, we already talked about that. I'm going to scroll down to this section here for you guys. Oh gosh, this is a lot. All right. I'm going to leave it here so you guys can look at this for a sec. Wildlife sanctuaries, previous small islands have been reworked, so that's cool. Rebalanced PAL habitats. Cool. Okay, so just the note for those. For the random PAL spawn mode to correctly reflect this rebalance, placement data from version 0.7.3 and earlier is no longer carried over. So just a heads up to everybody. Increased player level cap. So now it's up to 80. Very cool, very cool. Very many new technologies related to ancient civilizations have been added. Cool. There's effigy stuff that's kind of neat. That's pretty neat. By the way, you guys are watching a video before we get into stuff. Junk and salvage are easier to find. Sorry, I'm just kind of like eyeballing through all this stuff fast. That's the thing, chat. For those who are in the Discord, you guys can look at this literally anytime you want and as long as you want. So, like, I'm not just going to keep this on screen for like 10 minutes each time. But there's a lot. And once again, it probably is going to take us like 20-30 minutes just to even look through all of this. So, we're going to go through as much as possible. I'll stop it like here, there. But missions and stories. The story of Palworld has been significantly reworked. Fighting turn bosses, apparently tree to connect more naturally. Cool. Sunreach, the world tree, colossal, legendary, pal. That's pretty neat. New submissions, journal, or NPCs and journals. Cool. Some more kind of side quests. Hopefully are like more actual side quests than just like, oh, bring me a pal. Multiple destination markers. Rewards. Main mission and submission progress have been reset. Cool. This is the part we all care about, chat. Pals. 72 new pals. 47 new pals and 25 variants. So there we go. Meet still unknown pals by exploring Sunreach, the World Tree, and various other regions. Cool. Awakenings. This lets you strengthen your pals even further. Let's go. New upgrade method. Excited for that. Excited for that. In the newly open mystical area in the World Tree, gather radiant gems and hidden in its depths to use them. Your favorite pals awaken their hidden true potential. Aim, making greater height, making their pals the strongest. New mechanic, mutations. Let me scroll down to this chat so you guys can see this. Here, we're gonna scroll all the way down since we just saw that. We're gonna scroll right. Oops, that was too much. We'll scroll, leave it like right here. Mutations. Normal and breeding PAL stronger than normal breeding results. That's kind of cool. Different types of cakes. Okay, that's pretty neat. Mutations will make PAL breeding more involved and exciting for players who want to raise the ultimate PAL. Neat. I'm sorry, I haven't been really looking at chat at all. I've just been reading through all this. But sorry, I'm not reading the thing. Now I'm catching up on chat. I'm not sure how many new variants of existing pals there are. Cleared towers being different colors is cool. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm thinking. It said massive legendary. So either Dargon or Whale. And yeah, new cakes like we were just talking about. So a lot of new stuff. We'll eyeball this stuff for this. New major reworked partner skills. New detection type. Old and fine together. Change types dark. Okay, so yeah, so some old what's it called? Some skills seem like they've changed. Okay. Yeah, it seems like they reworked a lot of partner skills. So that's pretty cool. Once again, you guys can kind of feel free to eyeball through all this in your own time. Plus, I'm leaving it on the screen for a fairly reasonable amount of time. It's not like I'm just like scrolling through it. But yeah, a lot of PAL enhancing skills, shield enhancing, work suitability boosting skills. So it kind of, I'm not gonna like once again like read all this, but like it seems like just a lot of stuff has been reworked. So I feel like it'd be better just kind of look through things once we're in it compared to just like reading about these new things or like the changes, because I feel like everything's gonna be different. Here, I'll stop it like right here and we'll pause here for a moment. For almost all pals, we've adjusted things so that partner skills effect do not stack when you put multiple pals of the same kind on your team. This widens team building options that prevents the balance from becoming too skewed. Okay. I'm still gonna use 4 Gobfins. I don't care. They still have Stronghold Strategist and Vanguard. Partner skill descriptions have been improved so the specific effect values are easier to understand. Neat, because it's always been super vague. So it'd be nice to actually know what they do, like, properly without guessing. Well, not guessing, but like it takes a lot of work to figure that stuff out. It's not as easy as just like looking at it and be like, yep, I know. Once again, sorry for being quiet. I'm just like reading. Once again, like, look, we're not even close to being done. We're like a quarter way down. So I'm trying to like also move through this quick. Chat, I'm excited. I want to play the game. Um Yeah, it just seems like there's just a crazy amount of changes. Balance adjustments. So it seems like there's some balances. I'm going to pause it just right here for a minute again. Very cool, very cool. Here, I said I'd stop. Silmora. That's that fish one, right? I think. I don't remember. I don't remember any of the new pals' names. Not like the swordfish, but like the other one with the mustache. I call him Whitebeard because he looks like Whitebeard, kinda, from One Piece. Alright. Very cool, very cool. New passive skills. I'll wait on the screen for a little bit longer, chat, but new passive skills. Solmara is King Sunfish. Yeah, it was that like one that was in the comic or whatever, I think. Once again, I kind of don't remember all that stuff. When it's like on a daily basis, it gets hard to keep up. I also like that MJ because once again, for upgrading guides, getting alpha variants of Pals with the Past skills I want is the most pain in the ass part. So that'll make my life a lot easier. Yeah, we'll see what they got. I mean, obviously we haven't like hopped in there and looked at everything yet, but hopefully they got a good mix of everything. Wait, is it live? Yes, it is. I'm just downloading it right now. But yeah. We're just eyeballing through this until it's downloaded. Actually, I could probably check to see what it's at. It's almost done, chat. It's almost done. Once it's done, we're taking a break from notes. We're just hopping into the game. We're going to learn, chat. We're going to learn the good old-fashioned way, not through silly words, through killing things in the game. But new passives. World Tree passive skills. That's pretty neat. Wonder what those are all about. Oh, okay, I guess with some of them. Okay, so it seems like it gives a really big buff, and then there's some sort of negative behind it. Okay. All right. Let me check something quick, chat. Hold on. Give me 2 seconds. Okay, cool. Chat, I have a confession to make. That's not the right thing, sorry. I might have had early access to 1.0. Hello, Waylon. Yeah, so here's the deal, chat. I kind of couldn't talk about it until 1 minute ago, but I do in fact have had early access to 1.0. So, um, yeah. So, because of that, I know a lot about it. Listen, listen, listen. I was under an embargo. I couldn't talk about it until a couple minutes ago. But we've got early access. I'm quickly changing the thumbnail for those who'd like to maybe see what the thumbnail is. You may be a little interested in it. Let me do that real quick. I could also just throw it on screen here fast so you guys can see it. That's not the right thing. This. I also need to say 1.0 is here. Oops, sorry. You're gonna hear that for a sec. Here. Okay. That should be updated now. Spill the tea. I'll get to the tea. I'll get to the tea. Let me also do that, so you guys aren't hearing that more. You're gonna update, or do I? There we go. Updated. Well, like I said, let me pull up my thumbnail that I just updated to, so you guys don't gotta like actually go out of it. So this is the new thumbnail. Yeah. No, it's not the big Dargan, unfortunately. It's this guy. But, yeah. Guide will be out by the end of the weekend for it. I was meaning to get it out so it'd be coming out when, like, I'm streaming. I didn't get to finish in time because there's a lot. But, yeah, chat. So here's the deal. We're gonna see first off, make sure my early access world still works. But we're gonna check this out. Okay, so here, let me do this. Let me do this. Yeah, we have a video coming out in a few hours. There's many new things. Check it out afterwards because it might spoil some things we'll check out in the stream. But I promise you want to check it out. He's cool. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to breed a good version of him yet because I haven't figured out the breeding combo for him. Because here's the deal. Because I was in early access, all of my normal sources for getting like breeding combinations were not available to me. So I had to do it the good old fashioned way and just kind of slap shit together and see what happened. So I do have some new pals ready to go. I know all about the new upgrades and all that stuff, all about mutations and pretty much everything about the general 1.0 update. And yeah, we're gonna go over some stuff, chat. So sit back, relax, and I hope y'all have fun. Let me fix that quick because you're gonna be staring at that thumbnail the entire time if I don't change that right now. So, anyways. Where's my game? That doesn't. I'm gonna flip to this and I'm gonna see if this looks right in a second. Hopefully this is showing Palworld and not my OBS, or else it's gonna be awkward. Maybe I should do this. Hold up. Wrong one. Like I said, chat, even though I make content for YouTube, I'm pretty stupid. Let's try this. How about this instead? No. Anything want to work? I see. Why don't you want to capture? OBS is nice and it works. Steam. Why are you showing OBS? What if I minus this out? Just because my stream's delayed, I'm gonna let it sit on this for a sec because I think hopefully maybe it'll fix itself. Maybe? Maybe? Possibly? Probably not. Best of luck. I like to say you're down to earth. I try to be. I'm just a guy who likes video games like all y'all. And so it doesn't seem like that is switching. Oh, what the fuck, Richard? Why are you showing that? That is not what I want to show. Hold up. Am I gonna have to like do display capture? Because that's gonna be annoying. Why don't you want to capture? Oh, this one's showing. Oh, wait. Let's go. Yeah, baby, that's what we've been waiting for. Anyways, as you can see, this one is called Speakerhead EA because it stands for Early Access. I bet you would have never guessed that. Also, the level kind of gives it away. Well, I'm gonna show you settings fast, so you guys see what we're working with. So we're gonna have slower daytime speed just so we got some more time to explore and don't gotta sleep all the time. Everything else damage wise is gonna be default. I have structure deterioration down. Now specifically for one building, you'll see it in a sec. And yeah, I think the only other stuff that's really adjusted is incubation time, because I hate waiting for incubation time. And we have 50 pals at a base, and you'll see why in a bit. But yeah, that's the settings we're working with, chat, and all that and good old stuff. Let me also make sure. Okay, cool. I'm just like paranoid about my chat because I've had it sometimes where it's like sometimes my chat won't be working, so I want to make sure it wasn't broken. Seems like it's all the same. All right, but anyways, we're gonna hop in here, chat, and we're gonna start going through some stuff. I don't know what. We're gonna go through some stuff. I just got a bunch of achievements. Cool. Well, chat, welcome to 1.0. I don't know if you guys can see those achievements. If you did, don't worry about it. Yeah, welcome to my base. We have pals. We have a lot of puffles. Like a lot of puffles. Like a lot of puffles. And yeah. But I'm wearing the new armor. So this is the new let me get out of the way so there's not like name tags in the way. But yeah, this is the new armor, chat, at least for the this is the lightweight armor. So pretty cool. It's called ancient armor, by the way. And I think it looks pretty sick. I do not have a puffle problem. You just don't understand their full potential. Chat, ignore this non-puffle believer. But yeah, the new armor's sick. I really like it. It really works well with the Xeno Lord head. But yeah, you guys probably also noticed there's some new structures and things. There is a new full like building type. There's the ancient stuff. So there's all that. And then they've also added, you might not have noticed it because it's very subtle, they've also added inverted corner roofs. So that's a thing now. But yeah, they got this now, which is pretty sick. But otherwise, everything else building-wise is pretty much the same. Water building, though, is the thing. That was built by Azalea Games. She was my camera person during 1.0 early access, so she helped me out a lot. So shout out to her once again. Go check out her stuff later. But she built that while I was AFK, so thanks. I appreciate it. I think it's cute, and I'm not deleting it. I'm too lazy. But yeah. Also, all the Whammon pals were all Azza because I'm lazy. And she whamified my base. It's okay. Once again, I'm lazy. They ain't going nowhere. Yeah, he's giving me a lot of stuff. Where is Humunculus? Chat. This is how disrespectful Azza is. I'm gonna show you this shit. Where is the child? Oh, I think I actually put him away. I meant to throw him back out, but I think I reorganized. Where's the child? Where are you, my child? I know I didn't delete any puffles. Is he maybe in the other thing? Or maybe I favorited him? I would understand favoriting him. Yep, there he is. Chat, look how fucking disrespectful this is. She named this Humunculus because we have an ongoing joke because I'm short in real life. I am like 5'6". So she calls me a little homunculus. And then she named this after it because she knows I like this pal and it's a lucky one. So I'm mad, but I like it. I'm joking. I genuinely don't care about that stuff. I think it's funny, but yeah, this is a little homunculus. He is my child and I love him. But a lot more. Let's just say this, chat. I'll try to point out everything I can, but as you saw, like we didn't even get halfway through the notes, so like there's just a lot. So, yeah, I was gonna say. So chat. I put him out right. Yeah. So, look how much bigger Humunculus is compared to the other ones. He's like 2 inches taller. This is him. This is Humunculus. Also, look what happens when you pick him up and look at his little floppy legs. Look at those little floppy legs. Look at him go. Look at those little floppy things go. Be free, my child. But yeah, and then we just got Joltog vibing with all of them. But to kind of go over more stuff, we'll look at some pals chat. So, I I already knew about awakening. This is what an awakening looks like when you give your pal a crystal. There's element or crystals of every element type. But essentially, once you give it to your pal, they'll have this ring around them. And when you actually go into the pal, which is, by the way, this is Super Saiyan Frankie. I'll have to pull stuff out. By the way, I have stuff in dimensional because I was giving stuff to Azza and some other people. But well, not like me just like giving, like since Azza was like playing on this world too, like she was storing her stuff in this pal box because she doesn't really play on this world. But yeah, so we have all these pals chat that are all fully upgraded. These are all the ones I was able to do. We have this one who's also named Frankie, and I'll explain why later. All of them. Oh, this one's called Bullet Sponge because he's a bullet sponge. Yeah, all of them don't really have names. We'll name stuff later, but we got a lot of fun stuff. Chat. We'll kind of go through them all quick. So this is Aomi or something. So here's the deal. It's just Am I One as a name. So oh, here, let me do this. Let me pull all these guys out because I literally can't look at them in here. But I'll also say this right now. We will be deciding what pals to kind of use for this exploration. There are a couple that are kind of requirements, but otherwise you guys can kind of decide on what you'd like to see in action. But yeah, so let's look at some of these. So starting with this one, look at these little cuties. They're pretty neat. Only water type, which is kind of surprising. I figured they'd be like a dual typing, but just water type. Can I pull back from my avatar? I'm not exactly sure what you mean. If you mean from like previous worlds, you should be able to. Oh, Black Wolf. Boltmane, that does not exist, unfortunately. If you're talking about any of those, like that fire kind of thing, because there was like 3 unreleased pals that never came out. I'm gonna go through all of them because I have pretty much every single pal found. So maybe it's named something different. I also don't really keep track of like names of pals until they're in the game. So, but yeah, so like I said, we'll go through it all. I have pretty much every single pal found besides like a couple that are nighttime. Oof. The homunculus is taller than you. Sucks to suck. Also, you're very welcome for joining. I'm glad you could come along. But so that's about all you need to know for these guys. Increase water suitability. So this is like a very common passive skill you'll see, by the way. Well in base, increasing blank suitability by all base pals by 1. So that's super common. But yeah, they're pretty cute. I like them. Look at this little puffball. So we got Muffly. While in party, increases the capture rate of pals afflicted with freeze. It's kind of like specific, but if you're using them, it makes sense. We'll also go over new passive skills later, like when this one has immortality. We'll go over it in a bit. Moving on, we have Needle. I still got to give this one what's it called? Skill fruits or pal fruits. But look at this little guy. So while in party, increases pal and players and pals damage to enemies afflicted with ivy covered by 65%. So that's pretty nice. Once again, we'll use them with grass stuff. And also, you guys probably have noticed, we'll show this on Rao J here, but base skills have been upgraded to 10. They're no longer maxed at 5. From what I pretty much experienced, it's pretty much the same work speed and everything. It's not like it's like double the speed or anything. It just seems like they've just kind of doubled it and gave more gapping in between. What do you mean? They're just a little guy. Leave them alone. I don't know why they're so small, but yeah, they're just a little man. But sorry, I'll get this out of the way so you can actually see the PAL. But here's Rauj. They're a Boyd. Oh, Nidal's legs. They're just stubby little things. Leave the little man alone. They're like my legs. Short and stubby. But Rauj's pretty cool. Don't have them upgraded for like transport or like flying around, but they're pretty strong. We have this dude, Bulldozu. Look at this chunk of man. He was out of my base before, but I upgraded him. And once again, we'll go over passive skills later. So, idiosyncratic. We'll go over that in a bit. Because there's a lot of passive skills stuff to go over. But I'm not gonna like go over every passive because it's a lot of work. But you guys can look at it. I'll kind of leave them on screen for you guys to look at. I'll read them if I remember and all that. But he's a pretty cool guy, ground type. Got his own sumo stomp exclusive. Very neat fella. We also have the one everyone loves. We do have Dupin. So I'll go over passive skills or partner skills. Why not? I can't be that lazy. So while in party, when the player's health falls below 50%, Dupin generates an explosion around the player, which is pretty cool. And additionally, while the player's health is below 50%, the player's attack is increased by 50%. Keep in mind, this is while like fully upgraded and like max partner skill and everything. So it will be lower at like base level, but it's pretty solid. They also got their own special exclusive Trickster Show. Why can't you play Waylon? Or were you one of the people that said you were doing stuff right now? Is the ability glass the key item? Unfortunately not, but there's some stuff. There's some new accessories that are kind of combined. So not like the actual accessories themselves. There's like new ones that's kind of a combination of stuff. So we'll go over a lot of this here. Just once again, there's a lot. There's pals. There's new islands. It's gonna be a minute, but I'm also gonna try to speed run through all this because there's a lot of new pals and I don't want to go through all of them. What I'll do, we'll look at the ones I have and then we're gonna go explore and then you guys can just see the pals when we find them in the areas. Because we're just gonna, the game plan is we're gonna just take a team of pals and I'm just gonna walk around and show you guys the world or the new places. But yeah, so duping everybody. Yeah. Moving on, we got Flerical. This one was like partially teased. You like saw it for a few seconds in one of the teasers. Not too bad. Their ability is pretty good. While in party, when the players attacks an enemy afflicted with burn, the enemy explodes, dealing damage equals to 60% of the player's attack damage to nearby enemies, which is pretty awesome. What is immortality? I'll go over here. Let's speed run through the rest of these few pals, and I will go over all of them because I can like show them all to you. But then we got Duelith. So this is Duelith. I named him Frankie because he's essentially Frankie from One Piece, for those who know Frankie. And I'll show why later when I use him, because he's my current like favorite pal pretty much. The whale's neat. By the way, whale. So yeah, he exists. we'll go over him in a minute. But going back to Duelith, he's pretty cool. I really like him. He's pretty neat. Yeah, but then the other one that was shown, Agidron. So the Stone Dargon. So while in party, player and party pals take 80% less damage from explosive attacks and are immune to stun, which is super awesome. Unfortunate news though for anyone who thought he could fly. He's unfortunately has Charizard syndrome. So he cannot fly. You can just walk around on the ground with him. He's strong, but you cannot fly with him, unfortunately. But yeah, he's a good combat pal. And then we have Renjishi. So he's a pretty cool guy. Fire type. While in party, players attack, inflict, burn 6. So pretty nice. Then we have this guy, which I know many of you are excited about. This is, I think it's like Hydrolon. Adrolon? I'm not totally sure, but something like that. But they can obviously be flown or ridden as a flying mount. They're pretty fast. They're pretty nice. And then this pal's attack and movement speed increases by 6% for each other dragon or dark type pal in your party, and that's another reason why they're super fast. So if you just have a team of dragon and dark type pals with you, you can be really fast. But I will have an upgrade guide on him eventually. I think this is almost what I'm going with him. I might switch out Serenity maybe. I gotta test some stuff because even though I got early access, I only got it like a week and a half ago. So I'm still learning stuff myself. I just got a slight head start essentially. But I do know quite a bit. It's just more of seeing how things kind of like combine and work together, especially in terms of passive skills. But like I said, we'll talk about we'll grab some pals to go explore, and he'll probably be part of our team. I think we'll do Duelith as our kind of roaming around on the ground mount, and then we'll grab this guy as our flying mount. But we'll go over all of it. Like I said, there's a lot to go over. He does have an Ignis variant, which is pretty cool. I'll go through pal decks in a sec later. We'll go through these. We'll go through passive, or what's it called? We'll go through these. We'll go through passive skills. And then we'll go over whale, and then we'll just speed run through the pal decks. So I know there's so many new things everyone wants to see, but we got to try to stay somewhat focused. I promise we'll be showing it all off. Just got to be patient with me, chat. Like, great way of putting it. It took me about 3 days to learn everything with Azalea Games helping me. So it's going to take a minute to get through everything, even if I'm blitzing through it. But the last pal I have upgraded that's new, Azalea Games also caught a bunch that we can look at, like the actual pals themselves, if we want to. But we have Ophidia. Look at this pretty pal. She's strong as shit too. The DB has updated. Cool. I'm not going to personally look through it, but I'll look through, at least not like right now, but I will look through it later. Thank you for letting me know. Maybe if we decide to do some breeding today, but I don't think that'll be happening. Once again, there's a lot to go through. Breeding will be something off stream. But yeah, but Ophidia, pretty strong, pretty fun. And then while in party, the player attacks, inflicts, soak 6. So yeah. And then she's got her own exclusive. But yeah, that's what we got to work with in terms of our like new pals for using for exploration. We do have all of our old stuff as well from this. So we got all these guys are pretty much ready to go, even though they aren't awakened. They're all totally fine. And we also have all of these guys. So we got plenty of pals to kind of choose from in terms of what we'd like to explore. But I'd figure everyone would like to see all the new pals, which is why I kind of pulled those guys out. But let's go over passive skills, chat, because I said that was next. So, in terms of passive skills, there's a lot of new things. So for starters, you're now able to put rainbow passive skills on your pals in a surgery table, but it's very specific. So you now are able to get these things called disposable implants. So they are one-time use implants, but they allow you to put rainbow skills on the pals, which is pretty nice. So there's all of these. So you got like Hermit, you got World Tree's Bounty. We'll go into the surgery table and actually look at what they do, but I just want to show this. So you can add rainbow skills to your pals in the pal surgery table now, but you need these disposable ones in order to do it. There is other stuff that's like just a permanent. You can buy 24/7 of the normal ones from that you can like buy implants from like a bounty officer and the arena merchant and stuff. But in terms of getting rainbows on, this is how you do it now. So way easier. So we'll pull on the dragon in just a sec. I do not have an upgraded version of them because, like I said, I like to try to get legend onto all my pals, and I didn't have breeding combinations for them yet. I tried so many breeding combinations for them, and I could not get them. But now that they're going to be available since 1.0 is out, now I can actually upgrade them. But he's cool. I do have a captured version of him. He's pretty neat. But let's go into passive skills chat so we can actually go over this. Maybe I should grab a pal to look at stuff. That'd probably be a good idea. Let's grab you. So chat, like I said, now you can actually add them with these disposables, and it'll have a nice little number next to it, so you can see how many you have available. But these are all ones that we've obviously seen. Down here is going to be kind of the newer ones. And there is some other ones you can buy that we're going to go over as well. So like there's a wellness watcher. So player stamina consumption minus 5%. We have healing coach, player auto health regeneration rate plus 5%. Reload master, player reload speed plus 4%. See, those are just a couple of them. You can now also buy stronghold strategist and vanguard in here, plus some other ones. I don't remember exactly all of them, but there are some extra ones you can buy now. But now these are the world tree passive skills, chat. So you can tell because instead of it being 3 arrows upward and then a plus at the bottom, it's going to be a different little symbol at the bottom. But essentially, all of these ones with these special little symbols here, so from Demon's Hand all the way up to Twin Edge Holy Blade, all these are going to have the like very last special effect of World Tree resources will not vanish when approached. So the deal with the tree resources, chat, and you'll notice this when you go to explore it yourself. When you run up to any of the resources on the tree, they will disappear. The only way you're able to mine them is if you drink holy water. We'll go over that in a bit, I promise. And if you have one of these passive skills on one of your pals in your party. That's the only way to really do it. So, but essentially there's a lot of passive skills that have it. They, like we already discussed, they give one really good buff, but then they also give one pretty bad buff. But you can work around it in certain situations, which I will go over because once again, Bullet Sponge specifically has one of these on them. I think one of my whales has it on it too. I don't remember. Yeah, my other base. But we'll go over them. So obviously, Twin Edged Holy Blade plus 50% attack, minus 30% defense. And then once again, I'm not going to state it every time, but World Tree. Sanctified Meat Shield, this is what Bullet Sponge has on him. So plus 50% defense, minus 30% attack. God of Destruction here. This one is one I'm still trying to figure out a good use for because it's honestly kind of hard. But plus 40% attack, plus 20% defense, but minus 50% health, which is so hard to like justify using, to be honest with you. There's like Literally, the whale is like the only pal I can think of currently that can use it. Maybe Heartless, but otherwise, every other pal is pretty much off the table because they're going to be under 10k health. How do you get the rainbow passives? We will be going over that shortly here. But I just want to at least go through them all because this is actually here's a good way of putting it, chat. This is every single new rainbow passive skill, more or less. I want to kind of double check. I don't actually remember. If there's any that's not here, I'll mention them, but I think this is pretty much all of them. But there are other new lower tier ones, but let's be honest, chat. The rainbow ones are the ones we care about. But anyways, God of Destruction. Next one is Dimensional Leap. I believe this is what I have on my whale because I was testing how fast I can make them. So this is plus 50% movement speed, but increases hunger depletion rate by 15%. So I don't really care about hunger depletion rate. Eat all the food you want. I don't care. But yeah, that 50% movement speed is kind of nice, especially if you're trying to get like a speed pal or like a pal to explore. But then Hermit Sage is sand depletion rate minus 50%, so that's super nice. And then work speed minus 20%, so that kind of sucks. Do not put that on your work speed pals. But this next one, in the very last world tree skill, is going to be Demon's Hand. So work speed plus 90%, really nice, but sanity decreases by 15% faster. So, But I think I'm going to try it out on some of mine because I don't care about sanity decretion because there's some cool stuff you can add to your base that helps with that. The grind got easier. It did. I promise it got so much easier. Like I said, I'll be going over a lot more. And like mutation eggs is another huge thing that helps a ton. But there's a lot. I mean, faster than Jet Dragon. The whale is. The whale is currently the fastest pal in the game now. It's hard to tell because he's so big, but me and Azalea Games were testing it, and I was faster than Jet Dragon and Xenoloord, and they're the same speed. And that wasn't even with like speed passive skills on it. Now it's even faster, and I just like fly past. World Tree passive for combat will possibly be better than older ones. These, I don't know, they're very situational for the World Tree ones, so I feel like you'd almost have to make them on specific world exploration things, or once again, you have to have a very specific combination in mind. Like, great example, Bullet Sponge, we'll go over him. He's a great example of that. But these are very specific, and once again, the main purpose of these is to make it so as long as you have one of these pals with one of these passive skills on them, you can mine the resources at the tree, which is like the final resources. So like without one of these passive skills, the only other way to mine it is by drinking holy water, which depletes after like 5-10 seconds. It's a super short period, so unless you plan on chugging those like it's like actual normal water, yeah, you'd want one of these passive skills. Luckily, I've discovered that you can get these or find these pals pretty much right away in the first initial part of the tree area, not like in Palpagos Island in the action. So I'll also explain a tiny bit of the tree right now. So the tree is its own like separate area. It's its own separate map. I'll show that off in a sec once we're done going through passives. But tree, it's its own area that's kind of locked. You have to beat all the tower bosses before you can unlock the tree. So just a heads up. I'm assuming that ties into the story quest, but if you've already beaten towers, you should already have some of that stuff unlocked. I appreciate that. Well, plenty more to come for this for sure. I hear you. It'll be done soon, Gabriel. Can you please remove the avatar on your screen? Do you want the avatar gone from my screen? Chat, we'll do a vote if we don't want the little guy on the screen, because here's the thing with that, chat, because the plan was whenever we got into combat, we're gonna be, oh, is it because it's covering things? I apologize if that's the reason. Let me do that. I'll put it up later when we're not looking at stuff, but yeah, I apologize. That is a good reason to take it down. Me. Begone. Apologies. We'll speed run through some of this. That's also why I'm reading it to you as well. But we'll speed run through the ones we just went through because they're pretty easy. So I love it because keyboard and mouse and controller don't mix. So oops, I don't want to use that. I lied. I lied. All right. Apologies. I was being stupid. But to go over them fast again. Twin edged holy blade plus 50% attack, minus 30% defense. Sanctified meat shield plus 50% attack, or excuse me, plus 50% defense, minus 30% attack. God Destruction plus 40% attack, minus, or plus 40% attack, plus 20% defense, minus 50% health. Sorry, I'm trying to go through them fast and it's just clearly not working. Dimensional Leap, movement speed plus 50%, increases hunger depletion rate by 15%. World Tree Seabed decreases hunger depletion rate by 50%, and then minus HP by 20%. I feel like I skipped over that one, but then Hermit Sage, sanity depletion rate minus 50%, and then work speed minus 20%, and then finally Demon's Hand, work speed plus 9%, and sanity decrease is 15% faster. But those are all the World Tree ones. So apologies about that. Thank you for pointing that out, actually, Sniper. I'm sorry if that sounded like I was upset. I didn't realize it was like actually in the way of crap. I was like, why don't you like my little man? I wouldn't like him either if he was covering up the important info. Anyways, I keep messing that up. I keep wanting to scroll down with my mouse, but then it like if I touch my controller because I play on controller chat, feel free to throw up in your own little vomit buckets now. But yeah, whenever I switch over back to controller, it just like jolts back to the top. It's annoying. There's just a lot of bugs with controller, which you'll probably see during the stream. But anyways, now chat, these are the actual new rainbows. You're welcome. Once again, apologies about that to all you guys. But moving on to the actual rainbows. So these are going to be like just the normal rainbows. They don't have any sort of special quirks to them. That's like the plus a crap ton and minus something else. They're just normal rainbows. So anyways, sorry, hitting my nicotine device. Ignore me. Ignore me. Anyway, so first we have Babysitter. While at a base, increases egg production speed by plus 30% and incubation speed by plus 30% for pals assigned to a breeding farm. So that is very nice for everyone trying to breed pals. Once again, more stuff to make it easier for breeding and just getting like good upgraded pals. Which we will go over some more of that as well. Once again, I keep thinking of so much to go over. There's just so much. 27 pages, chat. Anyways, now we have Idiosyncratic. So this one is pretty solid. Idiosyncratic and Immortality are my two personal favorites right now, and you'll see why. So Idiosyncratic gives the PAL and player auto health regeneration rate a plus 50% boost, which is super nice. It also gives a plus 25% defense boost. And then finally, it makes it so you are immune to poison damage. Or the PAL is immune to poison damage. And they're also immune to burn damage. Sorry, I gotta like make sure not to like blur their lines. So only the health regeneration rate is for the player. Everything else is for the PAL. Just to clarify. Yeah, there's a lot, trust me. Like I said, me and Azza were literally joking about it. Like after 3 days of playing and like exploring and everything, we're like, we still feel like we know nothing about the update. It took us like the solid straight week point for us to finally be like, I think I'm understanding how this works. So it is a lot. So once again, it is going to feel overwhelming. That's why I'm going to be your guide and try to go over things as best as I can. So once again, let's get through some rainbow passives. But Idiosyncratic, a very good skill. I highly recommend using it. You're going to be seeing it in a lot of my guides. Moving on to Immortality, the other best skill you'll be seeing a lot. So Immortality gives a 5% life or a 5% life steal, which is super nice. Also, Vampiric does not specify still. I don't know why they specified here and didn't on Vampiric, but whatever, I'm not mad. But I'm assuming vampiric is also 5%. I think that's what it said somewhere at one point. I don't remember, but it's not a lot. But either way, 5% lifesteal. But this is also really nice. Pal auto health regeneration rate plus 100%. And then finally a 15% attack boost. So not a lot of attack boost, but imagine vampiric with an attack boost and health regeneration rate added onto it, and take off the works during night. So I personally didn't care about the working during night thing, so this is just vampiric taking off the thing I don't care about and adding good stuff to it. So immortality, very, very nice. Heavily armored. This one's nice and easy. Immune to explosive damage. Kind of basic, but I could definitely see this being super useful in a lot of ways. And then finally, there are a couple I think that we are missing, but we'll go through it. I have a few pals saved with some skills, but then we also have Sky Marcher, mounted jump +2. So whatever their normal jump amount is, you get 2 extra jumps with Sky Marcher. So great example, Necromus, or is it Palladius? One of those two has a double or triple jump. Then they can jump 5 times. So that's what that does. But like I said, I think there is a couple more that I'm missing. I think this isn't all of them, but it is a good chunk of them clearly. And immortality and idiosyncratic is like super nice to have. I'm super happy about those skills. Once again, and the nice part is that you can just slap these on a Yukumo right away, and you just run around and catch pals with these skills on them. It's beautiful. So all you need is one of these skills, chat. One of these skills, and then a Yukumo. Or multiple if you want to just slap multiple skills on multiple Yukumos. But that's all to go over in terms of the PAL surgery table here. Before we move on to whale, let's quickly show the map. So here's this. There are some new little mini islands here and like over here. The sanctuary islands are different. We'll check those out as well. Once again, just so much to go over. Little island here. The main thing is though, this is where the Sky Island is. It's over by Faybreak. So as you can see, we got a nice island right here of everything. Let me get there. That's probably the best zoom I'm gonna get. But there's a lot to go over here. It's pretty cool, pretty awesome. You will need a flying pal with a good amount of stamina because it is super high up. Once you obviously get the waypoint for one of these spots, you'll be fine. You can teleport there. But to initially get up there, you're going to need a pal with a good amount of stamina because it is super high. I will like show you guys. If you're still in chat, I don't know if you left for your stream. If you're still here, did you put Dave back in my dimensional, or did you put him in yours? I haven't looked for him in a minute, so I don't know where he is anymore. She was borrowing Dave in my world. Cause like she like spawned in and had nothing, so she was improvising with my stuff. Plus with like 1.0, it's like we didn't know how global would work. Or she like took them out or something. There was some reason she didn't have them, but either way, she was borrowing some of my pals. But Sky Island, really cool. We will check this out. This will be the first place we kind of go over, just because for context, in order to even, like I said, to even get into the world tree, you need to beat this tower boss here. So we will go over that. But yeah, and then is the island, and then the tree. It's a bit of a tease, chat, because this is the area, by the way, we'll go over it, but this is all you get of the tree. You just get this teeny tiny little bit you get to explore right here, and then you go into a dungeon type situation, which is all of this area, which, don't get me wrong, we'll get into it, you'll see it is massive, but you literally can't explore the tree, unfortunately. It's a bit of a lie. So it's a little unfortunate, but I promise you that this is just as good. I think it's pretty cool. As much as it would be cool to kind of explore the actual tree, this dungeon area is pretty insane. And I say dungeon area, it's more of just like a separate world area, because I'm assuming it was just probably too big for this area. Imagine another Faybreak. It's probably bigger than Faybreak. I also noticed Faybreak kind of looks like a little hand. It's like this, the thumb. There's a little chopped off fingers apparently, and then this is like the wrist. Sorry, chat. That was my ADHD brain. But yeah, we'll explore this soon. But we're gonna explore this area first because we need to go over it. But anyways, chat. Um, whale. Look at this guy. So let me do this. There we go. So this is Panthalis. Like I said, a guide on him should hopefully be done by the end of this weekend. There's some pretty good things about him, some pretty bad things about him. Like I said, he's now the fastest flying POW in the game. 2, he's massive. We can literally, where is he? There he is. We can see him. He is massive. We'll ride him too. We'll actually pull him out in a sec. But you also don't need a saddle for him. Once you get him, like pretty much you do a raid boss against him, or like kind of like a tower boss situation against him. It's really cool. We'll do it and I'll show you guys. But essentially once you get it, he just goes in your PAL box. You don't, well, you kind of catch him. Yeah, you do this like event thing at the very end where you catch him. But yeah, but then he's just in your PAL box and all he has is legend on him. There are some problems with him. Well, let's go over the last few positives that I really like. So first off, strongest PAL in the game by far, like just at least like in terms of base stats. 26,000 health. You can see, since this is going to be the one I'm using for the upgrade guide, this is just chilling at my base. Now imagine that with like the boost from like what's it called, Kelpsy and stuff, and then like actual, well, he has combat food, but I don't think it's good combat food. I don't know, I'd have to check what he actually has on him. But long story short, his stats are, can he get even stronger? I'll show the dragons in a second. We'll get there one thing at a time, I promise. But long story short, this is our final legendary, chat. He's pretty cool. I will pull him out very fast, and then we'll pull out the dragon, because I'll be honest, chat, this is kind of like the prize of this update. So, I kind of want to get out of the base. So here's Mr. Whale. He drives like a blimp. It's pretty fun. That little glowing bit on his snout, that is the awakening stuff. It looks much cooler on smaller pals because it like glows all over them. As you can see, it only glows on his nose. But yeah, he's pretty fun. He's got some pretty fun things. Like watch this. Oh, I'm killing the base as I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't kill it. No. Whoops. Well, how could you do that to Az's base? What the fuck? I'll fix it. Yeah, I don't have game sound on. I don't have game sound on because it's really loud and annoying, personally. That's why we got the background music, though. But you guys can experience all the sounds in either other people's content or in your own game. But I don't like them. They're really loud and annoying, especially when you have a shit ton of pals at your base. Do you guys want sounds on? Here, we'll do this. I keep trying to go over to my other monitor, but that's like literally a whole nother computer. Can I do a poll? I should be able to do a poll, yeah. in-game audio. Ignore that. We're just gonna do that start poll. It's not super loud. There should be music going for you guys. I mean, can anyone else hear the music? Because I definitely can, and it's showing on my audio. Unless it's not. Oh, hold on. I actually think I know what might be going on. Because you guys actually might have been sitting in silence this entire time, which is awkward. Sorry. Because once again, this is a newer PC, so I had to like redo all my OBS stuff, so I definitely fucked something up. How about that? Now can you guys hear music? Because I definitely had that deselected, apparently. So let me know if you guys can hear music. Because I apologize, there was supposed to be music playing this entire time. That's why I had my little music label thing popping up, so whoopsies. Whoopsie poopsies. Yes, now, okay, yeah. So, see, I was trying to get stuff set up so I could record my stuff without recording the music, so I could add my own music if I made a video or anything. But, yeah, I guess it didn't select properly, and it just, like, turned off music for you guys. So, apologies. There's supposed to be music this entire time. So, we'll have... This will be in the background, but if you guys also want, like, in-game sounds, let me know. Seems like yes, 100%, but I also don't know how many people voted. 6. So it seems like you guys want some in-game sounds. I will turn them on, but I will not make them super loud because you guys will see exactly what I mean. I'm going to go to my base with PAL sounds on. You're going to see exactly why I don't want them on. So we'll turn this up to... We'll do 50 for now, but background music off. Sound effects, that's gonna get turned down to like 50. UI, that can be like 25. I don't even care. Voice, that can also be like 25. Do these guys have voices? If it's just grunts, we're gonna mute that. Yeah, we'll go to the base and see how bad this is. Because if it's really annoying, I'm muting it again. As the streamer, I don't want to hear pals yelling at me for multiple hours. Let's see. Alright. We have game stuff on. Can't I do your cry from this tab? I gotta go in the thing. Whatever. But, Mr. Whale, let's get you away from Azza's nice lighthouse. Yeah, there's some fun stuff you can do, chat. He's got that move. He's got 7 exclusive skills, by the way. I think he has one other cool one. What's the other one he has? I think I took it off because it's kind of destructive. Aqua Tornado, yeah. So this is Aqua Tornado. Yeah, exactly. Like, just because of my puff ults, I'll do it. Sorry, I was closing the poll on my other thing so I could actually like see chat. All right, but see how annoying like 20 puff ults are. But yeah, whale's cool. We'll pull out Dargan next. Also, you can just stand on him, by the way. That's how big he is. Look at this guy. You can't even like zoom out enough to take a picture of him. Actually, chat, speaking of pictures, you guys want to see something kind of cool that has to relate with the whale? So, while I was playing early access, I had a cool glitch happen. And I'm going to post it to Reddit for many updates, because for those who don't know, the only other platform I post on is Reddit. So if you're in the Palworld Reddit, you might see me post on there. But look at this cool glitch, chat. So my whale glitched out, you know, like the summoning sparkles when you summon your pal. So it just like permanently stuck on my whale. And it was just permanently sparkles. Unfortunately, when I put it in my pal box, it went away. But it was super cool. Like, here's another, like, kind of angle or more different sparkles. But essentially, the entire thing was sparkling. But the unfortunate part is that I could only see it. So I had, this is like the best picture I could possibly get, because this is the most I could zoom out. But anyways, I wanted to show that off because I thought it was pretty neat, and I don't think many people are going to be able to see this because only I could see it, like or Azalea Games can see it. So I know, right? I saw that, and that's why I'm like, I need to somehow get a picture of this. Like, literally, chat, you can't see it, but I'm like in that nose gem thing of his. Like, that's where I'm standing in there when I took this picture. Like, this whale is just insane. Let me hide that again. Like, I was literally standing like right here on his nose, essentially, when I took this picture. I was like this. Once again, just shows the sheer size of this thing. But it's fast. It's fast, chat. And I have one that's fully maxed out in speed. But anyways, let's pull out some of these other pals. Also, yes, chat, I do have the woman voice on my character. Another reason why I do not have my voice on. Surprisingly, not as bad as I thought. I will turn off my player thing, though, because I don't want to hear myself go, eh. I probably shouldn't have moaned. That was a mistake, chat. Anyways, but yeah, I'm gonna mute that because that's gonna get annoying super fast. Player voice. Oops. You're gonna shut up. I appreciate that. We're just vibing, you know, like I was saying, I'm just a guy who enjoys playing some Palworld to an unhealthy degree. But let's do Mr. Whale can go back to flying around the base. So we'll grab you, I know people are excited for Dupin. I'll grab Ophidia because they're neat, and then we'll grab Mr. Dargan. And I will come back and grab Frankie because he is neat. And we'll kind of come out here and show them all off. So we'll start off with Mr. Dargan, Hydrolon, So here he is in his full glory. This is an alpha, correct? Yes, so this is gonna be his alpha size. Pretty fun. He does not have speed stats on him besides legend. But he's definitely not slow. I wouldn't consider this slow. So he's pretty cool. He also has a special ability. And then that explodes at the end. And he is also like Jet Dragon as far as I'm aware, where he does not lose stamina while flying because he's just floating 24/7. Yerp. So, pretty solid. Even though I think you can technically get Jet Dragon earlier, this is a nice alternative if you don't want to use Jet Dragon. Because another cool ability about him, and we kind of went over this, is when you have pals or my brain just fried right there for a sec. So Eidrillon will gain movement speed and attack damage for every dragon and dark type pal that's also in your party. So if you have like one other darker dragon type, it'll gain, especially since he's fully upgraded in the pal condenser, he'll gain an extra 6% attack boost and 6% movement speed boost. So pretty nice. So actually he should be getting a little bit of boost because he is a dragon type. So yeah, it's a pretty cool guy. And you'll see with a lot of these skills, it's a lot of like, you're gonna definitely have to think about how you make your teams these days, because there's a lot more that goes into it now. But yeah, man, it's Eidrillon. Once again, we'll probably use him to explore these areas. But next we have Ophidia. Look at this pretty gal. She is pretty cool. She has her own special ability. Pretty neat. And then she can also just vibe on water forever. Oh, something I didn't mention about the whale, and this is kind of one of the nicer parts about him. He has infinite stamina, so you can use him forever. But a couple bad things which I forgot to mention about the whale, now I'm actually talking about him again. For one, you can only place one of them at your base, so no multiple whales. That also means no breeding combinations for breeding two whales. In fact, you cannot put any whales in the breeding farm, unfortunately. I forget who was talking about that, but sadly you cannot breed the whale at all. So not even like with other pals, he is just excluded from breeding farms. But because of the pal surgery table, you can still get good passive skills on him, plus some other stuff that was added. There's a lot more like condenser fruits, so you can like condense them. That's why mine's like maxed out. But yeah, once again, I'll be going over all this in my upgrade guide. You guys know how it is, especially for the newest or the first guide for every update. I really kind of go into depth and detail and everything, so I'll make sure to kind of explain all this to you guys and how to do this once it's out. But yeah, pretty much he's just built to be a massive defense system for your base. So, and I mean, he's also, like I said, he is the fastest pal in the game, but I don't know how much people are actually gonna be using him just because he's so dang big. He's cool, but also one other major flaw to him, you cannot use him in any sort of tower boss fight. So he is excluded from that, so he's literally just meant to be a mobile base thing, which is kind of disappointing. It makes sense though, because he literally wouldn't fit in the tower boss arena. But yeah, just something I figured I'd mention to y'all. But excuse me, chat. Moving on to Eidrillon. Look at this big old man. Like I said, unfortunately, he does not fly. He is stuck to the ground, even though he has big old massive wings. He is a stone dragon though, so he's probably heavy. Either way, it sucks. He does have a really cool ability though, which is missile burst. pretty neat. And yeah, I mean, he's not like super slow or anything. I only have, I think, legend on him for like speed. Which, by the way, update the legend. Before it gave a 20% attack boost, 20% defense boost, and 15% movement speed boost. Now it just gives straight 20s. So 20 attack, 20 defense, and 20 movement speed. So that's pretty nice. But yeah, I was gonna say I think I'm at around 8.9. I don't know what I'm at right now, but if you all subscribed, I appreciate you. Also, if you don't mind, leave a like on the stream. That also helps me a ton. But yeah, and then I guess then go over these last couple ones. We got Dupin. Hello, Dupin. So they're pretty cool. I know it's kind of hard to see somewhat with all the glow and stuff, but they're a pretty neat pal. Their trickster ability is pretty cool. Let's see, maybe we can get him to attack. Kill. That's the wrong one. That's also the wrong one. Do it. Yeah. So there's like 3 of them, and one of them is only the real one, but you can like target all 3 of them. So pretty cool. And then finally we have Renjishi. Look at this guy. He's a pretty neat dude. I like him. Look at that guy. And once again, all these guys are alphas and stuff, so like that's gonna be their max size. I forget, do you have a... I'm pretty sure he has an exclusive. Do you? Maybe he doesn't have an exclusive. Huh. Well, he does not have an exclusive. Or exclusive active skill, I should say. Still a cool guy, though. I like him. Look at that dude. Did you get Swordfish? So, I have him. He's not... I'd have to really test him, but just reading his partner skill and stuff, it's not as good as what I thought it'd be. Because there's a huge flaw to it, which we can go over now that we've kind of gone over some of these pals here. Actually, the very last one I want to go over is Duelith. So, like I said, for those who have watched One Piece, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But this is Duelith. This is the alpha version. He's a big old man. But Duelith is pretty fun. I really like him a lot. He's personally one of my favorite pals in this update. But, so... Oh, excuse me, I was burping. Like I said, for those who watch One Piece, you'll know some of Frankie's signature attacks are strong left, strong right, and radical beam. So he literally has some of those abilities. First off, he has Root Cannon, which is just literally a triple shot. Bang. And then like vines will come out from the ground and attack wherever it hits. That's pretty cool. But then he also has Rocket Arm, which is the strong left and strong right. So strong left, strong right. And then like I said, and then so if you're on controller, it's left trigger, which looks awesome. I can't wait to get a thumbnail. I'm gonna see if I can get Az that'll help me out. And cough cough, Az, if you're still in chat. But so you aim with left trigger if you're on controller, but then by the way, this is super important for this. You have to hold it the entire time. You have to hold down the button. It's not just gonna auto shoot. You have to hold this down. But then you just hold it, and then the radical beam. I don't know what that other little light down there was, but yeah. He's pretty neat. I like him a lot. Let me go get the swordfish. I should have one in my pal box, but I'll show you why I don't like his partner skill. It's a little disappointing for one big reason. Swordfish, Cutlass. So here's Mr. Swordfish. When activated, Cutlass becomes the player's katana, 2600. If the player does not if it does not revert to its normal form quickly, Cutlass becomes incapacitated, which is kind of a huge flaw. We'll pull him out fast because I don't know actually how long that is, but I read that. I'm like, I don't know how that is. So here, let me pull him to like back here. Do you have? I thought I saw some like crazy powerful thing. Nope. But let's grab him and let's use that because I really actually haven't used it. I just read that it like essentially if you don't put him away fast enough, he dies. I'm like, oh, that kind of sounds garbo. So what happens if I don't put him away by the time this ends? Is he just dead? Exactly my point. Imagine your sword just dies. Also, I didn't even mean to put my character back on screen. That was an accident. It's just tied to hotkeys. So whoopsie if that accidentally covered anything up again. Let me hide him again so you guys can see stuff. Go away, me. You can come back later. But yeah, long story short, he probably does a lot of damage, but I feel like it's super restricted. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I was so excited for this and I saw that. I'm like, that sounds really bad. And surprise, surprise, it is really bad. You have like 6 seconds to use your sword at base level or he dies. I don't get it. But yeah, that is unfortunately him. A bit of a bummer, but there's still plenty of fun stuff. But we'll quick run through the pal decks. I'm just gonna show them off. I'm not gonna go over partner skills and all that. I'll be honest with you guys. You guys can feel free to learn that when upgrade guides and everyone else goes through it. But if we sit here, we're not gonna explore anything. We're just gonna be going through pals essentially. Because keep in mind, we've already been going for like an hour just in this, and we haven't even left the base. So yeah, that's why I'm like, let's just speed run through these, and then if you guys want to look at them later or want me to do upgrade guides on them, I can. Alrighty. Yeah, it's just like, it's pretty bad. But so let me put this guy away. So let's look through the pal decks chat or palpedia. By the way, the order of everything is completely different. You will notice that as we're scrolling through. So it's not like all the new pals are going to be at the very end. They're all going to be scattered all over the place. And like, great example, you guys just saw it. It's like Herbal's right here now at 10. This is a new one, chat. So this is Pupperai. Look at this little cutie. But increases melee damage. Clovey. I'm not gonna like read them word for word. I'll probably just like try to read gist of them. But increases gathering speed. So they're cutie as well. Also, if there's any I miss, let me know. There's a Tansy Ignis. I haven't caught him yet, but I've seen him. I guess he's in that area. So there you go for Tansy Ignis. But yeah, Tansy Ignis. Who's next? I always kind of forget. So, haven't gotten Woolly Poptera, but I've seen them. Oh, okay, they're on that island. But yep, they're Woolly Poptera. Who else is new? So we already have Am I one? I don't know how to pronounce this, by the way. So if any of you guys can figure that out, let me know. Because at the moment, I'm like, Amione is the only thing I can think of. But it's just Am I one? So, but like I said, these guys. We have a primo version of Pink Perfect Gloopy, little pink princess, instead of our little gothic princess. Then what's it called? We have Mr. Wispow. Imagine another certain creatures game, the monkey that has the hands for tails, but it's a cat. Cough, cough. But I think he's cool, even though it is a very obvious similar motif. I like how they did it for this. It's like a ghost tail, or it's like not even really a tail. It's like just come from his back, but I like it. We have a Chris version of Univolt. Like I said, I'll get your partner skills, and then I just ignored them completely. Once again, you guys can kind of look at partner skills or pause and stuff. I don't really care if you guys pause the stream and catch up. I promise after this pal section part, we will just be kind of exploring and vibing. So feel free to catch up at any point if you want to pause and look at any of this. We already went through Muffly, you little bean. Once again, my child, Puffle. Still will never catch an Elfadrin Aqua. I said I wouldn't own one till 1.0, and to this day I don't. We have Palworld. There are a couple I'm missing, but that's because they're found at night and I just haven't gotten them. But how to get those outfits, we'll go through technology next fast once we're done speed running through this. But yeah, we'll go through technology next because there's a lot. Once again, 27 pages of notes. Also, you guys hear those munching noises. Once again, there's so many reasons why I don't have in-game sounds on. Oh, I forgot to mention a couple redesigns. Robin Quill now looks like this. This is now Robin Quill. So, if you enjoyed Robin Quill's design before, too bad he don't look like that no more. I think he's the only, or I think there's 3 pals that have design changes. There might be 1 or 2 more, but I think it's just 3 off the top of my head. But yeah, Robin Quill now looks like this, and Robin Quill Terra looks like this now. Who's your favorite base pals now? I couldn't tell you right now. There's so many new pals, and even though I got a little bit of early access, it's not enough time to really like come to the definitive decision. There's a lot of good ones, but I'd have to really kind of test, you know? I haven't got around to it. Right now, it took me like I was saying before, like 3 days into like just like learning and experiencing the update, me and Azalea Games were like, we still feel like we have no idea what we're doing. So it's just so much, and there's so many passive skills and so many things that do things, and you can't, as you can see, a lot of these passive skills say does not stack, so it's not like you can stack them anymore. So you really gotta think about how you like place pals at your base now. Normally I kind of stuck to 1 pal, but I'm gonna have to kind of spread out my variety more. I agree, I like this design a lot more. I like all the redesigns more. Like I said, there's 3 main ones. There might be a couple little minor changes here and there, but there's 3 main like overhauled ones. So I guess 4 if you can count Robin Quill Terra, but like Robin Quill overall different. But moving on, Elgrove. Look at this guy. I like him. He's pretty neat. And then they're pretty good. So changes the player's attack type and increases attack by 30%. So that one's a pretty solid one. So I highly recommend getting him if you can. Also, for those who are curious, that's where you get them. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. So there you go, chat. Sanctuary Island 1 in that kind of area if you're interested in getting this guy. He's unfortunately in the tree. This is the ice variant, but he's also cool. The next one, chat, Fengalo. They have gotten a redesign. This is the second one that has gotten a redesign. We will get to Xiaolong. Please be patient. The only reason why I say this is because he's like one of the later down the line, so we do got a minute to get to him, but I will show off all of them, I promise. Especially since I know a lot of people will want a lot of these. But once again, Fenglope redesign looks pretty solid. I like it. And then Fenglope Lux now. So for those that are curious, that was not a variant we saw in that teaser video. It was just the new look of Fenglope. But moving on, we got an Ignis version of Patelia. Looks cute. I like him. Here's Leaf Fan. I don't know why their description is like 8 miles long and covers half of them, but they're cool. Sorry, chat. Pocket Pair specifically blurred her feet. You'll have to go elsewhere for those. She doesn't give them for free. There's a Chris version of Beacon. Never caught him, but he's at the tree. Also, like I said, you can like switch, but that's where he's at the tree. I can go back later and show stuff if people are interested in specific locations. Like I said, I'll specifically show Xiaolong since you mentioned that, but next we have Nidal. We already kind of went over him, but you find him in the desert area and also a little mini island, as you can see. I haven't discovered that yet. There's a Nidal Noct. He's found at night. I just literally haven't seen him yet, but I'm assuming it's in the desert area. Azalea Games knows. Next we have Moldron. This dude's pretty sick. He's big. But Paladin's attack increased by 4%, kind of similar to Idrolon with his like attack speed or attack and movement speed, but it's just attack for this guy. So for fire and ground. And then this one is while in party improves pals and players ice damage to enemy weak points by 25%. So any like I'm assuming those critical spots. So that's pretty nice. But he's also pretty cool. Let's see. Then we have Magex. These are also one of those super long ones, so I'll just read this quick. So while in party, when the player attacks an enemy afflicted with burn, the enemy creates a flame around itself, dealing continuous damage equal to 15% of the player's attack damage to enemies that come into contact with them. So you're going to see a lot of passive skills like that where it's like the colorful words are just replaced with other stuff. But yeah, just something to know. Fenglope does look pretty sick. I like him a lot. Ironically, you'll see one big difference here between the other redesign PAL, because as you can see, Fenglope looks a lot cooler, but the last redesign PAL went from looking cool to a lot cuter. So once again, we're getting to him. But continuing down, we have a Syllabix Primo. So just for comparison, not much of a difference. But going down, we have Gildra. I like this guy. He's definitely one I'm personally gonna upgrade, not just for upgrade guides, just for my own personal reasons. I just need what's it called, breeding combo to get legend on him. Continuing down though, once again we already have Scutless, and there is an Ignis version of him. For those who want a fire dying sword, you can do that. Also, if you guys do want him, he is on the Sky Island and around the beaches where like Anubis is at. But then, continuing on, we have Starion Primo. The same kind of deal as like Hydrolon with the movement speed for neutral pals, so pretty cool. Don't I have one of you? I swear I have one of you. Or maybe just breeding one doesn't count. But yeah, he's found up there at that little mini island. But oops, I skipped ahead a bit. But this is Paradron. Pretty cool guy. He looks like just a bunch of rocks on the ground, and then you kind of get him to activate. Same with Knocklem. He's just like a bunch of stuff on the ground, and then you kind of like attack him to activate him. But then there's also a Christ version. While in party, player and pals take 15% less dragon damage. Once again, you're going to see a lot of very niche passive skills, so you'll definitely have to use, or a lot of niche partner skills. So you'll really have to look through all of them and kind of decide which ones really work for you and what'll work best for your team, because now it's really specific stuff. But then, moving on, I haven't caught him yet, but I call him the little furry nutsack, because he looks, if you put two of them together, he just like looks like a little pair of furry balls. But I like him. He's very cute. And you find him in that little winter area, which is mainly why I haven't really found him. I just flew over that area. But he's cute. He's just a silly little guy. Here we have Carnivora. You're going to see a lot of feminine pals here, because we haven't even got to a lot of them yet. But she's pretty cool. She's found on the 3rd Sanctuary Island. I specifically know that because she was one of the most recent pals that I had to find. But she's pretty cool. And when you run around, when you do dodge steps, she like damages area around you. So for those who are like know about the active skill Dragon Burst, where it's just like a little blast circle around the pal, essentially imagine that, but in an even smaller radius around your character. Every time you like roll dodge. It's pretty cool. I like want to get an upgraded version and try that out more, because I only have a basic version of her. But she's pretty cute and pretty useful, so I like her. My favorite pal is now Panthala. Or yeah, he's pretty cool. I think a lot of people are gonna like him. Unfortunately, he does have some pretty major flaws, but he is, you can't deny, like, just, you can't deny that's not cool. Like, ironically, I wasn't even thinking about the whale when I built this base set of glass, but I'm so happy I did. But anyways, to keep going through the pal deck or Palpedia. So we went through her. Once again, we have Duelith. I like this guy a lot. Duelith Noct, pretty much same thing. I like him a lot too. I just need to wait to get a breeding combination thing for him, but once I do, I'm making him. Same passive or partner skill, by the way, just dark. All right, chat. I need you all to calm down, okay? Here's Sekhmet. She honestly kind of sucks. So this is her partner skill. While at base, boosts Anubis's work speed by 20%, increases efficiency by 30% if Sekhmet is also working at a workbench, workshop, or other related facilities. Does not stack. It's not terrible. It's just she's just stuck to Anubis. So if you use her, you pretty much have to also use Anubis. There's no like in between. She is like tied to Anubis, and that's the one thing I don't like. I get it. She's kind of designed to be like Anubis's girlfriend or whatever, but like they should have really kind of given her own independence in terms of like partner skills and whatever. Because now it's like you literally have to always use them together, which I'm sure some people will be happy about. I could care less because I don't really use Anubis, so like I use them at my base, I guess, but I don't know. It's all right. Either way, I would have liked her to have her own separate thing outside of like just being tied to Anubis. But there you go, chat. Sekhmet. She's just literally dancing 24/7 too, so I'm sure some people will like that. There you go. Yeah, they have removed tech books. The expedition stations have changed a lot. And the last ones, by the way, for doing the final raid boss, or like final boss or whatever, which we'll go over eventually. It's not worth it unless they updated it. So that's why we're gonna test it today. But yeah, Sekhmet. How everyone's been gooning over, I guess. Or at least everyone's been sighted over. I don't know. Anyways, we have Prickster Lux. Isn't that cool? I like him. Then we have Tetrois. Big old cube. We got two different turtles, which is kind of interesting. Like, I noticed that before, but... So we have just a regular kind of turtle man, and then we have this turtle man. And then this is the primo one. But yeah, we got Tetrois going down. We have Nightmare Botan. It's pretty neat. I forget Smokey's variant, but he does have a variant. But yeah, Smokey variant. Ta-da, blank screen, cool beans. This is the final redesign. Verdash now looks like this. So like I mentioned, Fanglope went from kind of cute to looking kind of mean. Verdash went from looking kind of mean to kind of cute. And he's like a little bit smaller than before, but he's still roughly around the same size. But yeah, this is now Verdash. Then moving on, chat, we already went over Bulldozu. Like this guy, look at that chunk of dog. There's now Celestier Noct. I love the look of this pal. This thing looks beautiful. And one thing I personally kind of like, well, I don't know how I fully feel about it. I like the shinier kind of legs compared to like the darker body. It's like a good like contrast. But Celestier Noct. And also this is different partner skill than Celestier. So Celestier Noct's partner skill, while in party, the pal fighting alongside you gradually loses health in exchange for 40% attack increase. So kind of a rough passive or a rough partner skill, but I could definitely see that being useful in certain cases. But especially if you give them like immortality and what's it called? Idiosyncrasy. Like that could definitely help out with that. So once again, you got to play around with passive skills and see what kind of works out with them. There's now a new variant of Noclum. Oh, excuse me, chat. Noclum, it's pretty much the same exact as regular Noclum, just fire now. Same exact passive and everything, just slightly named different. Then we have Valentail, which is pretty nice. So like you get pretty much imagine the gravity belt on steroids. And it's a PAL. So it's pretty cool. Azalea Games is in love with this thing. She used it like the entire time. And I want to test it out with fully maxing out his partner skill and then testing it out with Crocodile and seeing if I can hit the ceiling of the map. Because she launched with him just like basic or base like 1 star or 0-star partner skill. She went flying. So we'll go back to his face. But yep. Excuse me, chat. Valentail. Pretty neat. Now we have Snock. Pretty neat little fella. Also, I find it a little weird that Snock is just pure electric, and then Snock Lux is electric ground. I don't know why they didn't do Snock Terra, but okay. As you can see, we're going to be starting to get into a lot of the newer pals. A lot of them are kind of towards the back, but it's because these are like specifically found at the tree. But then we have this one little bean, Southline. So this little guy. Then we have that Purion. Increases defense by 50% while sprinting. Excuse me, chat. I'm gonna try not to keep yawning, but I'm just very tired. I was working all day today, and it's currently midnight, so we're gonna keep going though. But yeah, increases the capture rate of pals afflicted by ivy cover. Once again, you'll see a lot of pals that have very similar stuff with just the colored text changed. Hoodle increases player damage dealt to enemies that are not in combat by 50%, so if they're not actively attacking anything, it'll do a lot more damage. So that'll be good for farming purposes. We got Swallet. It's a fat little dude. Very cool little guy. Excuse me. Kind of similar to Flaricles, just with electric stuff. But then we have Bakemi. A little Bakemi here. And same kind of stuff with like attacking enemies afflicted by poison reduces their attack by 40%, so not bad. Silmora makes it easier to fish up talented pals, which is kind of nice. Some more Lux. While mounted, changes the player's attack types to electric and increases attack by 5%. So once again, you'll see a lot of kind of skills like that. Oh my god. Chat, I might actually have to like get up and walk around if I keep yawning, because this is pissing me off because I've like yawned like 4 times in 5 minutes. But we have Lepore. What up, Zector? That's what I'm saying. I think it's also because I had my AC running before and I've had it off this entire time, so now it's just back to being hot as shit in here, so I might just need to turn that on because I'm just baking alive. But we have Lepore. This one's actually pretty useful. So while in party, reduces the partner skill cooldowns for other pals in your party by 10%, and that's with just the base one. I'm assuming it'll go all the way up to 20%. I have not tested it, but that is really nice. So if you have any partner skills that are like super long, you can just have one of these guys in your party, and it'll help cool it down faster. We already went over Eidrillon here, but here's the Ignis version of it for those who are curious. But same kind of deal, same partner skills, just replace dark with fire. So then moving on, we have Dynamoth, this fat bird, and this thing can somehow fly. I don't know how, but it can. And then this is really nice for breeding because while at base shortens the time it takes to incubate eggs by 20%. Once again, I'm assuming can be upgraded as you upgrade their partner skill. So pretty solid. Oh my god. Bruh. I'm gonna go like chug 3 energy drinks once we're done going through this. But here's Tropical. Increase or extends invincibility duration of while like rolling and dodge steps and stuff, which is pretty nice. We already went over Flaricle here, so pretty cool. Same with a lot of these guys actually. So once again, Ophidia, already went over. Duplin, already went over. Rauj, already went over. Benusa, this little cutie right here. While in party, the player's attacks inflict blind 2, probably goes all the way up like the blind 6, like a lot of other pals. Up next, we have this little bean, which, by the way, fun fact, Shroomers simp over her, so yeah. But we have Mushroom Girl. This is Happy Mirror in progress, so you don't have stuff or noise on normally, so I don't know what that stuff means. But yeah, so while, like I was saying, while in base increase the medicine production work speed, so that's nice. Lumen, this guy's Lumen here, so this I kind of see him as Sootseer's counterpart. How long is the stream going to be? I don't know. As long as I can stay awake, honestly. The goal is to kind of go through everything, but I literally don't know if I'll be able to. It's a lot. Like, you can ask Zector in chat if he's chilling right now. I've said it multiple times, like 3 days into like exploring everything, it's still, we felt like we had no idea what we were doing. So it's a lot. but we'll get through what we can, chat. And if anything, we'll speed through some things. So, but that's why we're gonna just finish this off fast. And we're immediately gonna start going and exploring. So Whistla's next. This little cutie. Increase defense, dark attack power by 15%. We got Celine. So this one's pretty cool actually. While in party, increases the player's attack by 30% if all pals in the party are different species. So that's pretty cool. Then we already went over this dude, Ranjishi. Same with Adradron. Now we're getting a lot of pals we've already seen. My friend here is Xiaolong, Mr. Blue Sky Dragon. His partner skill, obviously can be written, and then the pal's attack increased by 4% for every other dragon type pal in your party. And then for spawn locations, he is at the tree, and he is in that section there. So if you want him, he is at the tree. You actually find him fairly early in your like exploration of the tree, surprisingly. But yeah, he's pretty cool. But there's some other cool ones coming up like these guys. So this is Sylvance, Mr. Mothman. He is pretty cool, but he's that one that's like, oh, if the player is inflicted by X, explodes, and then 40% damage equal the player's attack. So same kind of deal. But he has a special ability where he also grants immunity to the tree's explosive spores for both players and pals. So in the section you find them, there's these like little explosive balls that'll like really kill your pals super fast. So you don't want to run into them, but they're everywhere. So he makes it so you're immune to it. So if he's in your party, that's nice. But then the next one up here, kind of his counterpart, Mr. Dandalord. So I like this guy. I think he's neat. But his ability is when activated, the player's attacks inflict poison too. And then also while in party, grants the player and pals or party pals immunity to poison and nullifies the effect of toxic gas in the world tree areas. So there's some other areas. We can even go on the map. We'll go to how we can actually see the map for. Oops. I'm being dumb, chat. So in that red area, that's all poisonous. So when you have an Dandalord in your party, all that poison there is you're immune to. And then that lower part, let me zoom in. So like this section here, all has those explosive ball things. You find Vigilance in this very corner here. But yeah, he makes it so you don't die to them. So both pretty good. Once again, you just gotta actually experience the stuff in the tree to kind of know what I'm talking about. But yeah, that is those guys though. But moving on here, we're pretty much towards the end here because we have actually we'll end it here because you can see 204. I'm gonna wait to show him, but there is one final pal at the very end, which once again I'm gonna test this final raid boss out or final boss out, and if I do not get an egg for this pal because I didn't get one during one early access, if I don't get one after being it now, I'm gonna be actually pissed because he's cool as shit and I don't want to surprise you guys because I'd rather you guys see him in the cutscene. Hey Speakerhead, big fan. Palworld videos, excited to check out the 1.0. Looks like a ton of fun to do. Yeah, I was gonna say welcome. My eyes are shitting out at me. Raffin Ninja Turtle, or Raff Ninja Turtle. I don't know. Rafty Ninja Turtle. There we go. My brain. We got there. We got there. Welcome. And yeah, I'm glad you like the content. But yeah, we'll have a lot of stuff coming out, especially like upgrade guides and all that good stuff. But yeah, but other than that, chat, that's all the pals to go over. So let's start exploring. Because I'd like to try that boss out before I actually pass out tonight. But so we will grab in our team. I'd like to probably Duelith, or yeah, Frankie is one pal I want to grab as an exploration pal.
We'll have Adrian as our flying pal. And you guys can kind of let me know out of new pals at least what you'd like to use, because this is what I have upgraded. Obviously there are like other pals that like I technically could use, but they're not upgraded and kind of like Garbo and they die easily. So I'd like to use our upgraded pals, but you guys let me know which ones you'd like to see. Sleep is for the weak. That's what I'm saying. Hold on, let me see how many of these poll things can I do. Oh, I should probably end this one poll, eh? Who, I can type, who should we use? Question mark. Ignore that. And I'm back. Hello. So we'll say Shidron. I'm probably spelling some of these names wrong, so I apologize. Oh wait, it's that's one too many eyes. Alright, so Adrian, we'll have him as one. We'll do Flare Echo. Yeah, sorry, you guys are gonna hear that a lot. See, it was gonna be cool and fun when we actually go explore stuff, but while I'm actually having to type stuff now, it's just annoying. So, Clerical. Oh, Fid. Yeah. Okay, so I can only have 4 options here. So, and I'll do other, and then for some reason people want like something other than these 3. You guys vote on this. I don't know what exactly is gonna happen. We're gonna figure it out, but I'm gonna go grab an energy drink regardless. So you guys have fun voting on stuff, and we'll decide. And if people really want any of the other 3 that are not in the poll, then we'll figure that out. So I will be back in just a minute, chat. we're back, and it seems like nobody cares. So we're just gonna end that. I'm gonna grab some pals, and we're gonna get exploring. Make sure this is still good. All right, we're gonna leave me on screen. Actually, give me 2 seconds. Hold up. All right, sorry about that. All right, so let's grab. I like this guy. I keep on wanting to say "am I" once, and that's what I'm gonna keep calling him probably, even though it's probably supposed to be like Amoin or Amion or something. And we'll grab him. We'll grab Ophidia. We'll grab Mr. Dargan. We might swap to Bullet Sponge eventually because he has Sanctified Meat Shield, so like that move, one of the tree abilities. Which, by the way, when you have one of them in your party, I'll at least show this off super fast. When you have one of these special tree passives in your party, you will gain a blue glowing aura, which signifies you are now able to like mine that stuff. So anyways, let's go explore. I don't know why that is on screen. Did that change it back? Let's hope. Yerp. Alright, anyways. We're gonna go explore the Sky Island first, chat. So let's view it from a bit of a distance here, just so you guys can kind of see it, but we're just gonna teleport up to it because Hydrolon is not built for flying. Well, he is built for flying, but this specific one is not built for like stamina and all that, because you'll see what I mean by you need to have a lot of stamina. So that's the Sky Island, chat. So like, I'll kind of just fly over. We might be able to get up with Hydrolon, I don't know. But as you can see, it is really high up. So if you want to be able to get to it, you need some sort of like good flying pal. So just a heads up on that. Let's see if I can get up there with him. We're just gonna go straight up. He might be able to do it. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Nice. Alright, chat. Welcome to the Sky Islands. So there's a bunch of cool stuff here. We'll just quickly show off the map again just so you guys can see all the spawn locations of everything. But here's where you find the alpha version of Wistella, Swalot, Snock, Ophidia, Hydrolon, Dynamoth, and Flaricle. And Jetragon now. Jetragon is now located here. He is no longer in that spot in the volcano. So kind of important info. He's also a level 70 boss now. And all these guys are pretty strong. Like 69, 69, nice. 67, 68, 66. So all generally like 65 to 70-ish. So, but yeah, let's hop on Mr. Duelist and let's just kind of run around. Ooh, Oh, I don't have any pal spheres on me. Crap. Well, that sucks. You must be dominated. Stronger than I thought, boy. Rest in pieces. Unfortunate. We'll go to a teleporter quick. We'll quickly grab some pal spheres. I totally forgot I put those away. Where is the teleporter around here? Here's one. Joke's on you guys. We're leaving the island. We'll be back in like a sec. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I like it a lot. Let's see which thing did I put them in. I think this one. Alright. I'm also gonna grab weapons too, because I've kind of had these in my inventory the whole time. There's a lot of new weapons. Oh, I forgot. We'll speed fast through new weapons. You guys can look through everything yourselves, but at least for like the new cool powerful stuff, there's the beam launcher, which is pretty awesome. Imagine it. So it's got an overheat thing, kind of like the overheat rifle. But how I imagine it is that you can get 3 shots off before it overheats, and it takes about the same amount of time to reload as the plasma launcher. So think of it as a 3-shot plasma launcher. Just treat it like that and just triple shot it immediately and you'll be fine. But then you also have the plasma rifle, which is the new best rifle, which is pretty cool because it says releases electrical discharge from the point of impact, which changes multiple enemies. It's pretty nice. Drone launcher is really cool. Imagine the Terra Prisma, but technology and science. And yeah, it's pretty good. It's stronger than it. So even the legendary Terra Prisma is weaker than the base drone launcher. And you also got the scatter or beam scatter. This is just essentially the laser shotgun. It's also a full auto, which is insane. Amazing for mowing down pals. But then you also got like tactical grenade launcher, which is like the lower tier stuff. There's 2 new types of metals, by the way. Solarite is the first new type of best metal, but then the very, very, very best metal is peroxide. So this is the best metal in the game, and this is how you make all this insane stuff. Which, by the way, we will also go over the wings. I'll grab that too. Like I said, there's just a lot, but new types of assault rifle, new heavy assault rifle. You got the new prototype shotgun. You got the prototype or combat SMG, aka P90. Love it. New type of bow. Yeah, there's a lot of new stuff, chat. Tons and tons of new stuff. Sorry, I did want to go over that. Excuse me, because a lot of that's kind of important. But we're gonna grab a wingsuit. And it's kind of cool, but it's also kind of tricky to use, so it's like kind of inverted controls. But we'll go to the Sky Island and we'll mess around with it, and hopefully I won't plummet it to the ocean. Let's go back. So we go right here. I'm surprised you've never gotten the plasma launcher. It's been in the game for quite a while at this point. You haven't even gotten like an uncommon. You can always smash them together. But it's pretty cool. So it's a lot of those physics where you have to go down in order to gain back momentum, and there is an energy source, as you can see, that you have to use while using it, but it's pretty nice. It's a pretty cool little thing. Obviously you'll have to practice with it. I'm not super great with it. I've only messed with it a tiny bit, but it is a pretty cool thing. But once again, you kind of need to jump from some distant height to use it. But once you get some height, you can pretty much go forever. Oh, by the way, if you ever run into these on the Sky Islands, don't touch them. They will just like teleport you. And they will try to track you down if you get close enough, so ignore the plasma balls. Do not attack. Alright. And yeah, so like this is like Ophidio's kind of area. So you got all this here. Got this nice pond area. We'll actually stick with Hydrolon for this area. The tree's a little easier to kind of roam around with Duelith because there's just paths and stuff, but we're going to be flying a lot, so we'll just stick with Hydrolon. You got these little houses. Unfortunately, you can't really go in them. They're just decoration, which kind of sucks. But there's also a bunch of different effigies now. I forgot to go over those. Next time we're at base, I'll try to remember to show them, but a lot of different effigies that do a lot of different things now. So then up here, you come up here and look who's here. You got Ophidia, so this is a nice little spot you find her. And I like it. It looks pretty nice. Look at her go. Zoom. Death to you. Head. No, they no longer exist. But moving on, chat. So this is this area here. I'll kind of fly up so you guys can see it. You got some buildings. In order to unlock that tower boss, by the way, so as you can see, the tower boss the tower's right there. When you guys play through it, there will be a massive tornado and you won't be able to go and access the tower boss. In order to access it, there will be these like bluish purple pillars. I'm colorblind, so I really can't tell what they are, but there will be these massive like beams coming out of a bunch of spots on the island. You have to unlock all of them in order to actually unlock the tower and make the tornado go away. So just a heads up. But essentially you'd like just go to the very top of these, you fight all the enemies, blah blah blah, don't care. But then up here you pretty much just turn these little things off, and yeah, pretty neat. Let me pull out some guns. So let me do this. Drones. And yes, I do already have the legendary version of this. But yeah, see, literally the same exact thing as the what's it called? Same exact thing as Terra Prisma. And then they come back and float around you. They look sick around you. Like, yeah, this is them all just chilling by you. So, oh my gosh, lag, hello. But look at these guys. Anyways, though, we'll just kind of quickly fly around and explore a little bit here. I'm trying to show this all off to you guys, but it's just so much. You guys can explore it all for yourself. Just kind of trying to show off the areas a little bit. Maybe show off some of the pals in some of these areas. But speaking of moving on to other areas, let's move down here. Also, these are these tower things they're talking about. Essentially, you gotta do little mini games to unlock them, and then once you unlock them, you get some awesome schematics for some pretty neat stuff, like the stuff I have in my things. So, Warsec Terra Belt, this is a new accessory, and this is what I was talking about. Some stuff's kind of combined now. So, the Warsec Terra Belt greatly increases attack and health stats, and it's by a pretty significant amount. Like, I'll just take it off for a second and show you. So, defense 2600, and then health 12,000. Take it off. It's quite a difference, down to 2,000 defense, and then 2,000, or yeah, minus 2,000 health. So pretty major difference. Where do you keep your main base? Yeah, sorry, I kept saying Terra Prisma. That's the one that like slices and shoots the blades out. Terra Prism is the other one that I was meant to say. So thank you for the correction. But my main base is here. That's the Chicopee Mega Base, and then Expedition is here. This is like the one where we got all the new stuff at. But like I said, you essentially go in here and you get awesome schematics, and then like the other stuff I had that you also got from unlocking these. I don't remember exactly where. I think this one you got on Sakurajima. Well, actually I couldn't even tell you that. They all have their own specific spots. So it's like certain towers, eventually people will have it all mapped out and telling you where you find this. But Dojin coin's pretty good. An accessory that greatly increases your attack and that of the pal fighting alongside you, so increases yours and your pal's attack. This ring is super awesome. This is the Ring of Trust. When equipped, makes it easier to increase your pal's trust levels. So if you're having trouble increasing trust levels, get yourself one of these. Once again, unfortunately, I couldn't tell you which one of these little things you unlock it in, but just do a mini game. They're really easy, and then you get a schematic and some stuff. And yes, and then once again, some more towers and stuff. And rude. Oh, sorry. Drinking my energy drink. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of pretty spots in this area. You get just waterfalls and all this stuff up here. So there's some pretty cool areas you can explore in this region. Okay. Let's go to this next section, kind of over here. I think this is where you find the iron ones. Well, this is where you find these little guys. What up, little dude? Oh, this is the effigy. So, chat, I'll just show you this since we're right here. So, there are now a bunch of different effigies. This is obviously a little Depresso effigy. But there is a ton of these all over the place, and they all do different types of things and upgrade you in different ways. Like, and that kind of goes back into passive skills. There's an effigy now that increases the chance of finding rainbow passive skills on wild pals. So, another really good thing. But, yeah, look, here's where you also find Leaf Fan for those who want them. So, Leaf Fan's found in this area here. But, yeah, and this is kind of like Buddhist monk mountain area. Definitely has that vibe, especially with the little Kung Fu Fighter panda. But yeah, once again, I'm trying to like show off. Trees are obviously getting in the way, but it's just a really cool kind of area, you know? Like, it even goes even higher. It's pretty insane. Oh, and then there's these things, chat. So these are weird portal things, essentially, you interact with. And that's what these little wind tunnels are. Essentially, these will teleport you around the map. So, I'll just kind of remember over here. But essentially, you just interact with it. And it'll teleport you to a different spot. And it kind of shows you the direction of which one it'll go to. At least I think so. Still kind of learning them, honestly. Yes. So, then I believe, if I'm correct, I can go back through it and it'll go back to that one. So it's kind of just like little teleporters to help you get around the Tree Island. And it's like, or not Tree Island, the Sky Island. And it's specifically only found at this island, all of these. So, pretty helpful though. But yeah, once again, I'll just fly up so you guys can kind of see it a little bit, but pretty cool area, you know? Just kind of looking around a little. It's a beautiful area, and I really think it's awesome. It's just obviously need to be pretty high level to get here, and then same with the tree, obviously, but then this place specifically, you gotta be extra careful of not falling off, because if you fall off, you're kind of screwed. Especially if we don't have any good pals for like dealing with like long distance water travel, because then you're kind of screwed. So just a heads up on that. But yeah, once again, I know I'm not really going over anything in super detail. I'm just trying to show things off to you guys as best as I can. It's just that, once again, it's one of those things where it's like I would literally have to do like a week straight of streaming to show everything off, at least like in detail. Yeah, exactly. So it's like you use the waypoints, but you can also use those, and that'll help you out as well. I'm trying to grab as many of these. I technically don't even need these effigies anymore, the leaf monk ones, because I have so many of them. Because those are still like the normal ones, technically. So it's like I still have like 80 extra of them. But there's just a bunch more effigies. This is where the Ami ones are. See? So if you want Ami ones, they're in this little part of the island, on the Sky Island. But once again, a very beautiful kind of area. I really like a lot of these areas. They're very cool. This one here. Yeah. I just realized we're playing the EDM playlist. When did that even switch? I feel like it's been like that for a minute. Oh no, this is just the all DMCA free. That switch is just lo-fi. Oops, that's not even the right thing. Okay, it's playing. It's just really quiet. Like, I thought my music was playing. Like, just both these next two songs are kind of quiet. All right. Sorry about that. But yeah, it's like, here, we'll even fly over here and kind of show this off a little. Once again, a lot of these buildings are just decoration. You literally can't even go in them, but it's just cool. Got all this. I could see this being a fun kind of base location since you already have these buildings here, but obviously, once again, you can't use them. That's the thing. If they made it so you could go inside of them, excuse me, I could see these being super fun to use, but otherwise, yeah, it's kind of sucks that they're just big old blocks of nothing, essentially. Alright, chat. Here's the deal. Because my body literally is actively fighting me to fall asleep, apparently. I'm going to force myself to be up for another, like, hour or two. And then, unfortunately, we'll probably have to end stream after that. Luckily, the nice part is, since I've already kind of done all this stuff, good way of putting it, if I didn't have early access and see all this stuff already, we would still be figuring out even what to do. So that's why having early access was nice. So thanks again, Pocket Pair, for giving me early access. Appreciate ya. But yeah, just like generally cool areas, you know. It's like a lot of this area, a lot of stuff. But and there's also just like NPCs and stuff you can talk to. So they just got little like voice things, not like actual like speaking dialogue. Gotcha. But I think well, I'm like brain farting. So where did we start? So we were all over there, so we gotta go over to this island. So let's go to this one next. He also dives super fast, like look at that. insane nosedive. But once again, just a bunch of cool kind of areas to explore. Bunch of different kind of varieties and like trees and biomes and feels. So I think it's really cool. And this is the Wistella dungeon. But pretty cool stuff. And it's like you go in here. This is like one of the unlock things, and they like you could also get through if you went through this tunnel or not. I guess it's just a note thing. I lied. Well, that's fun. Just better give me all the resources I ever need. Cool. Alright, how do I get out of here? This is hurting my head. But, yeah. Like, I can see this being a cool little base spot. Is this how you get in? What are all these tunnels? Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountain. Secret, 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 secret tunnel. For those who watched the last Avatar, The Last Airbender, you're real ones, you understand that. Yeah, this little cave thing. I'm kind of like half exploring myself. But, yeah, Tree Island. Pretty cool, pretty cool. There's just so much going on, so many cool pals around here. Let's see, let me kind of show off who's even in this area. I guess we saw Hoodle. This is also where you get Lapiron or Lapiron. So here's where you get Swallet in the Far Cry something. I missed it. By the way, this is how you'll know for these things if you've gotten them or not, like the items inside of it. Once you grab the items, this glow will go away. So, like, for example, Airwalker EX schematics. And this is what I'm talking about in terms of just like unlocking stuff. So, just got these boots from that. So, make sure you guys are, they're all over the world. I do know that. So, if you ever see these, make sure to do them. They don't always give schematics. They're all kind of tied to specific towers, but if you can figure out which towers give you what, they give you some pretty solid stuff. So, how did you get rid of the clouds on the map for the floating islands? I'm assuming it's just because my settings are set to dog shit. Like, I have all my graphics settings to super low. I'm assuming if I turn them back on, they'd probably be back. Should we try that quick? Yeah, if you're talking about just like these just general clouds, that's pretty much what I did. But if you're talking about the big tornado thing, there's a bunch of blue beams you have to unlock and do before you can actually, like, they're like big old beams in the sky, same kind of things for like digging up treasure maps. Essentially you gotta unlock all those and then you get Tower Boss. If you're talking about like the big storm tornado in the middle. When you first visit the island, if you look at the in-game map, they're covered in clouds. Are they? I don't know them, to be honest with you. I never really noticed them. Also another village here, chat. Look at this. It's an occupied village. Look at these guys. What up, dude? By the way, you'll notice this a lot. All these people are so surprised to, like, see another human being, even though there's humans all over the place. Yeah. Otherwise, though, chat, we're gonna start moving things along here. Once again, I'm sorry if it feels like I'm going through things quick. It's because, to be honest with you, I'm like extremely tired. I was trying to be like wide awake and stream all night. But yeah, my body is like actively fighting me super hard right now. So I'm like, all right, I want to try to show off everything I can. But I also want to go to bed somewhat soon. When I say soon, I mean like hour, hopefully. We'll see if my body helps. But man, it's just so hot in here. And like my room is so warm. Also, for those who are wondering the correlation, it's because it's like so hot here. I'm like, I just want to go like take a nap. Like whenever it gets hot, like too hot for my comfort, I just get super sluggish and just feel sleepy all the time. So now it's like extra hot and humid. I'm like tired. Plus I work today, chat. My brain's farting. Excuse me. God damn. No, on the map themselves, when you first visit the island, if you look in the game map, they're covered by clouds. Are they? I'm not totally sure. It might have to do with those little tower things I was telling you about. But yeah, honestly, I don't even remember. I don't remember even needing to unlock anything. But I'd assume that's how you do it. Alright, chat. So, we've seen a lot of the Sky Island. It's very cool. And there's honestly even so much more I could show you. But due to time and all that, don't want to fall all the way down. But we're gonna move on to now fighting the tower boss. So chat, pretty much here's the deal. Once you do Fade Break, you're supposed to come to the Sky Island, and once you do all that unlocking and beat this tower boss, that's when you finally get access to the big tree. So where the fuck is this tower boss? There it is. Actually, we're gonna take a quick breather right there. Yeah, it's just like I don't deal with heat, like at least extreme heat, well, so I'm just like tired. It was like I keep saying to you, I was working earlier today and I didn't really get a crazy amount of sleep, or at least not recently. I got some, but still exhausted. Chat, I think the game plan here, we're gonna look at this tree. I think I'm gonna take, once we're done, or we're gonna fight this tower boss. I think once we're done fighting this tower boss, I'm gonna take like a 10-minute break here. I'm gonna try to wake my ass up a little bit because I want to go for a bit more. But yeah, we'll see what we can do. But let's fight this tower boss. I did not mean to do that. We're gonna use Frankie as our main guy. Frankie's the goat. We're also gonna fight the normal one because I'm way too tired to put in like 110% effort right now. Sorry, chat. Maybe if I stream the update later, that's fine, or like I can do that. But yeah, just tonight. Oops, I said I'm not gonna do hard as I click hard. Let's just say this. I could beat it on hard. I've already done it, but like, I don't want to. I'm so tired. Heck, at this rate, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to show you the really cool stuff. Which is why I want to take like a 10-minute break to kind of Try to wake my ass up a little bit. Battle time chat. Where can you find Sekhmet? You can find her in the desert area. Battle time chat. Or this. I gotta send out a pal. Get him, Frankie. Actually, you know, we'll turn off my music. I have this battle music on. Mute. We'll do not that. Sorry, I'm getting so distracted by messing around with music so much. This is why I have my music off, chat, so I don't have to mess with it. But yeah, like, you're gonna see we're gonna have no issue. You know, I'm not gonna have the drones out. Kick her ass, Frankie. Kick her ass. You know, let's do this. Oh, by the way, this happens. But guess what? Radical beam. Oh, you moved. Urgh. No, wait. Ow. Why are you casting such a big old shadow? Oh, I forgot. I totally forgot I had these wings on. Oh, jeez. We're going down. Ow. 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 Get him, Frankie. Get him, Frankie. Here, I'll help you. Oh, you missed, Frankie. There you go. Rocket arm. Stronger righto. Stronger lefto. Oh, whirlwind or wind burst is pretty cool. Just a big area attack. A bunch of damage. Alright, Frankie, finish the mission. GG's. Yeah, I was gonna say I can also pull up the map location here in a sec. Obviously, we're doing the tower boss. But Sekhmet. I know a lot of people want Sekhmet. Right here. So pretty much like all the desert area that's not the mountain regions, plus that little tiny island over in between Faybreak and the volcano. Oops, I always clicked the wrong thing. But yeah, that island too. So you can find her in a couple spots. But there you go, chat. That's that tower boss. Like I said, I think I always keep forgetting about these wings. They're cool, but it's like if you keep forgetting you have them, they're kind of inconvenient because they obviously make you fly a lot more than just a glider. And you kind of have to be forced forward with these compared to a glider. So it takes some getting used to. But yeah. So there's that. I have beaten on ultra mode as well. Like I said, I have her hair. It like is really long. But yeah, like I said, we're not fighting this now. My brain literally can't handle hard challenges right now. Well, let's go back to this base. Like I said, we're gonna take a little break here. Yeah, exactly. So you can find them pretty commonly in the desert. You just might need to kind of wander around a little bit, and you should be able to find them. But yeah, chat. We're gonna chill here for a minute. I'm gonna go take a quick breather and stuff. To be honest, I might also take my dog out for a quick piss break because I took him out at like 8:39ish, like right before I streamed essentially. So he could probably use a quick piss break. So I'm gonna go do that. You guys chill. I'll turn the music up a little bit so you guys can enjoy that. But yeah, we'll be back in like 10-15 minutes, and then once we get back, we will go explore the tree. Because that's what we'll use kind of Frankie, and we'll just kind of walk down some paths and explore things. So but yeah, we'll be back. Let me turn up the music for a sec, and yeah, we'll see you here in a few. Alrighty, chat. We have returned. Apologies for the delays and apologies for the tiredness. I was hoping I was gonna wake up as we went on, but no, like I am just dying. So this is gonna be our game plan, ladies and gentlemen. So that is not what I meant to do. Shut up, music. That was a mistake to do all that key stuff. It was a cool idea. I was gonna be like, oh, every time we got in a battle, I'll play battle music, and then clearly we are not doing that. But yeah, so this is gonna be the game plan. So we're gonna go explore. Well, I've already explored, but I'm gonna go show you guys the tree area a bit as much as I can until we explore it all, or I'm about ready to pass out. And then once we get to that point, we're gonna do the very final boss, chat. Yes, there's another tower boss on top of this last one that we just did. So yeah, the plan is we're just gonna hop on Frankie. We're gonna just go explore the tree. This is what we'll do. We'll fly over there with Hydrolon, just so you guys can kind of see that experience. But essentially, you have to beat that tower boss. You would go to the tree, and as you can see, it has a nice little cool border thing on it. Oh, actually, I lied. We like skipped the whole thing before the tree. We kind of forgot the big thing where you fight and get the whale. We should probably do that, eh? So, Chad, let's show you the whale fight before we go do tree. So that's kind of how you actually get into the tree. I think you gotta do tower boss and yeah, you gotta do both to do like the final boss. So yeah, but essentially, chat, how you do the whale fight and all that, you do it all on this island here. So also ignore that. That is Captain Zector. He's borrowing some of my stuff. Oh, the kids. Kill. Anyways, like I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, this is where you fight the whale. It's like, oh, what's this? But it's Panthalus. Or Panthalus. I'm bouncing back and forth between a few pronunciations. We'll figure it out eventually, but since you have this island, we'll kind of show this off. Weird. I wonder what this skeleton is, Chad. Who knows? You'd never know. But yeah. So long story short, if you want to fight the whale, you talk to this guy here. You get a quest. You go around collecting some bone fragments, and then you go craft on a crafting table this flute. Or no. Yeah. So this is the flute. And essentially, once you craft this, you can fight the whale, which is at this rock, and this fight is super fun. Oh, I totally forgot. My PC crashed, so this actually might take a sec. I gotta see if I can get my chat back up because I forgot I can't see you guys right now. So give me a second. See if I can get this working again. And then once we're done with this whale fight, then we'll go check out the tree. And I'll try to show you as much as I can. It unfortunately might be cut a little short, but we'll see what I can do for you guys. Gosh, this other PC I got is dog shit. There's a reason why I got a new one. This week computer. It's not like I want to go to bed at any point tonight. It's fine. So for like those who are wondering what's going on, my other PC, like my old crappy one I was using for chat, it like crashed while I was on break, and I meant to get it all set up, but now it's like doing this stupid crap where it's like it's like so broken where it's like running, it's doing the hard startup where it's like you gotta go and be like, oh, we cannot properly start up your PC, how would you like to do this? Bruh, just load. Unless it's an update it's attempting to do, which I hope it's not. That's super inconvenient. We might have to finagle with chat here in a bit, but we'll see. Either way, we'll just do the whale fight. Sorry, chat. We'll worry about you afterwards. But let's fight. Also, there is no ultra version of this. It is just the whale. But let's watch this little cutscene. I don't know if this is gonna have battle music or not. So we're gonna pause that for a sec. Alright, there is no battle music, so mine. But oh no, the whale. Let's do it, gamers. Assuming I can even hit it, apparently. Wonder if they updated this, because I feel like he was a lot closer, unless he's just not targeting us actively. There we go. Hey, buddy. Are you angry now? Oh, he's angry. Oh. Frankie, my child. I probably should have grabbed a water, pal. Ophidia, you can do stuff. I don't know if my pals are just struggling to find him or what, but this is not working super well. Yeah, you see him? Kill him. Where are my pals? Okay, so this might have glitched out a bit from when I did it during the early release, because this was not as buggy. What happened, guys? It was working so well before. Let's do this. This is what I was talking about. So I just kind of double, triple burst it and treat it like a plasma cannon, essentially. Oh, jeez. He's pissed. That's a big pissed off whale, chat. He's tired. Frankie. Oh gosh. Big laser. Oh, big damage, big damage. Get him, Frankie. I don't like that. I think they've added... No, this is the wind tornado thing. I do remember this, actually. Come on. Hydrolon. Oh, no, he's down low. Whatever. Where'd he go? There he is. Bzzz. Here, let's pull out you. Or not. Uh-oh. I forgot. Gotta get on these massive waves. So you will need some flying pals if you're gonna do this, because this kind of happens. Oh, that's awkward. You guys. Oh, you're just sitting there drowning. Cool. Cool. Big damage. Come on, buddy. What are you doing up there, silly? Oh, big wave's gonna come kill me. Got it. Oh, jeez. Oh, gosh. I can't even see what's happening. Oh, no. Oh, no. No. I couldn't get on my pal. Dang. Oh, and he was at 12,000 health. We were running that back. There ain't no way we're ending that. That was one. Normally I'm able to kind of fly out of it, but yeah, like it was just, I was just sucked in it immediately. But dang, that sucks. We're gonna do it again though. We can easily do that. I was just kind of messing around a bit. Well, yeah, we'll just run it back. Pop by if it wants. Can I click my base? No, maybe. Forgot I had a thing here playing music. Yeah, we'll run it back fast. Like I said, we could definitely beat it. Like obviously we had plenty of time and all that. We just got sucked in. It's like some of those are kind of weird because what happens, there's also like a vortex thing that happens with it that kind of sucks you in, and that's what killed us there. But no, we can definitely beat this. We'll just run it back fast because I want to show you guys what happens at the end when you catch it. Also admit these aren't the normal pals I'd use for this fight. I probably have like Jet Dragon and all those guys, maybe something else that's more aquatic based. Fiddy is kind of aquatic based, but something that's not a big old rock that can't swim. Anyways, let's try this again. Run it back. Run it back. This time I'm not playing, mister. You want to play that game? I'll play that game too, buddy. Actually, I lied. A video. Come back. Yeah, like this is another glitch I'm noticing is like it won't let me on my pal. Can I ride my pal or no? Cool, love that. Well, that's a big issue. Are you gonna let me hop on my pal or no? Okay, so it's just glitched. Cool, love that. Yeah, so I literally can't hop on any pals right now. Thanks, game. So I literally can't really escape those waves, so we're gonna restart this fight too. Great update, Palworld. Well, good thing I'm streaming that. I'm definitely gonna let them know about that bug. That, hey, by the way, randomly in the whale fight, you just can't use your pals apparently, or it'll glitch out and you can't use them. Chat, this fight is not going how it's supposed to go. It was supposed to be one quick fight. We were supposed to beat it. I was supposed to show you how it goes. And then I died and glitched out the first time. And now it won't let me ride my pals. Am I going to have to restart my world? Like, is that what's going to happen right now? Because I just can't even use any of these guys. Hold on. Gosh, everything is not working right now. My other PC that like I was using for chat is just like on a constant loop of crashing.
because the thing is, it's so garbage that if I don't actively like turn on 80 things and making it run at 110%, it just crashes. Exactly why I got a new PC. And then this whale fight's not working, so just everything in my life at the moment is not working. You already updated 16 times. I think this computer might have actually just like shit the bricks actively live on stream. Oh, if I type this password fast enough, it might not crash immediately. Also, we'll see if I can actually ride my pals now, because that was the reason why I had to quit and stuff, is because we wouldn't have been able to get past the fight, because that wave would have killed us every time if we can't get on a flying pal. So we'll just kind of wait a second, kind of let everything load in. So I'm waiting for this other PC to load. Yes, yes, I know you barely work and you're telling me you're gonna explode. See if this works. Is my chat? Will I have chat back? Let's find out. Stay tuned. Maybe? Might be back. I might need to refresh this page. Maybe it's just delayed. I don't know. I'm gonna find out here in a sec. This is so fucked. I should have definitely prepared a lot of this more than I currently am, chat. Okay, well now chat is not showing up on this. That's cool. I'm gonna just hope it eventually shows up. Look at this cutie. Hi, you. I don't have the right mouse. What have I been missing in chat? What up, chat? Just Green Down Ranger. How's the playthrough treating you? Whale's been glitching out a bit. It was fine when we did it in the early access, but now it seems like it's having some bugs. We're gonna do it again though. We're gonna hope it just works. Can I hop on my pals? Cool. We'll just use these same pals, assuming it doesn't glitch out again. These pals are fine. It's not the pals that are the problem. The problem was I literally couldn't ride on said pals. There we go. I can see chat and everything again. Trying to get used to being weak, low level again. Yeah, it's a lot. Like, it was pretty overwhelming for us as well. And then, like, it took, like, a full day to, like, get everything kind of leveled up and caught up. But anyways, chat, we're going to run this back again. We're going to hope it doesn't glitch out. Because honestly, this fight isn't super hard if you kind of know, like, the patterns and techniques. Like, obviously, those waves and stuff can kill you. But as long as you know, like, hey, I need a flying pal or whatever, or I just need to avoid it, like, it's pretty easy. Just, I kind of was in a bad spot for that one. So, like, like I said, there's also, like, vortex things. So I was getting sucked up. So that's, like, why we, like, died. And it also wouldn't let me hop on my pal, I believe. I couldn't confirm that, but it seemed pretty likely. Anyways, let's try this again. I will tank you, buddy. Get him.
captures this thing. Oh no, swimming. Oh, I'm definitely not in range. And that's another problem I am noticing in this fight. You gotta be kind of close to the sucker to hit it. Get him. Come get me, buddy. No. It's fine. Hello. Oh, let's. Big laser. Come back. Go if I'm in range. Nope. Bummer. Come back, buddy. Hey, you could do some stuff. Kill him. Ow. Oh no, it's doing it again. Oh, I think. Yeah. Get Not this time, buddy. I'm prepared for you. Zzz. Nope, not happening. I can go to the sky too, buddy boy. Weird. GG's, buddy. Alright, Chad, this is the end part I wanted to show you. But look how crazy this is. See, I got stuck in one of those, and that's what killed me. I appreciate that. It was one of the ones I specifically made for this. But yeah, so as you can see, chat, there are spheres on the island, but essentially, oops. Essentially, at the very end, you just get to throw a sphere at it. I was being very dumb with my spheres, but see, there's just spheres here. And then that's how you catch them. Yeah, there's definitely some bugs. In fact, I don't even know if they want me to say this. I've already had, because of my early testing, I've already helped them fix a few bugs with like the final tower boss. But yeah, that's the whale. I'm glad you like the music. This was the newest one I added for 1.0. And anyways, back to the regular nice music. I am starting to get him a bit more energy, chat, so hopefully we can kind of do all the exploring I'd like to tonight. But also there's the whale compared to my chickpea base. But yeah, this now that we've officially beat the whale, let's move on to the main tower, or the main tree, I should say. So we'll do this the way that you're like quote unquote supposed to. I don't even know if you technically need the whale with you, but we're just gonna go with these guys to explore. I appreciate that, guys. But I probably could have teleported. But yeah, we'll fly to the tree just so I can show you guys how like it looks for the cinematic opening. But otherwise, yeah, the plan is we're just gonna run along the path with Duelith here, kind of show you some of the areas, and then we're gonna fight this final boss, because there is the final boss. Once again, I keep talking about it, but you guys have not seen it. I've not even shown you the PAL for it, because it's really cool. And I'm gonna spoil something. During early access, I think I've mentioned it, I did not get an egg for this PAL or anything. So if I cannot get this PAL in any capacity in this update, I'm gonna be pissed off. And you guys will see exactly why. Hello, Mr. Whale. But yeah, the fight is pretty cool with him. It's just that it's obviously got some issues with it, but it's fun. What was that? Oh, salvage. Yeah, we'll fly on over. Yes, it is a big PAL. It's big enough where you can, when you stop riding it, you actually like stand on top of it. It's also the fastest PAL in the game, and the strongest technically. And I should hopefully have a guide up for it by the end of the weekend. It's just that I would have liked to have it up by 1.0, but there's just so much to explain and everything that I just literally couldn't. But this is the cool tree area. Let me get some stamina before we just start flying up. This is what happens when you go to explore the tree. So there's this little entrance area, just some greenery and all that stuff. So it looks pretty cool. But essentially how you actually get into the tree, fly up here. So you just kind of follow the path. You go up here, you have a teleporter right there. You come up here, and this is why you have to have the whale, because it's like literally part of the cutscene. But essentially, once you beat the whale, you come to this thing, and you click interact, and then you enter the world tree, and this is what this is. That was a little glitchy. But look at that. Ta-da! So the general gist of the whale, pretty much he is meant to be a mobile-based system. So you can only have one of them at your base. You are not able to breed them at all. He comes with legend. And then essentially his thing is he literally just floats around your base and kills enemies, and he has no base skills. So he's literally just supposed to be a mobile defense system. So, and you can't use him in tower bosses. You can use him raid bosses, but not tower bosses. So he's got some cons to him, but he is the most powerful and fast PAL in the game. So, but chat, welcome to the tree. Like I said, This is the entire area on the map, and it is massive. So the plan is we're just gonna hop on our good friend Frankie, and we're just gonna go on a nice little stroll, and I'm gonna show you the world. Essentially, we're just gonna follow paths, and yeah, we'll see what we find along the way. I mean, I personally know where everything is, but you guys don't. Also, this is just a great size comparison of Frankie, by the way. Hello. So this is why he's our guide. Because then also, Frankie's pretty goated. We'll pick up the pace so we don't have to deal with all this all the time. Not everything's dangerous. By the way, this is what I was talking about. So in the starting area, you'll only find Grizzbolts and stuff. But if you find anything that's super Grizzbolts, Mossandal Luxes, and Duelists. But if you find anything outside of that, aka like this Liline that's glowing, this is gonna be one of those pals that will have one of the tree abilities. And I've kind of figured they added these right away, these spawns right here at the beginning of the tree, because you're going to need them to mine throughout the rest of the tree. But I'll kind of show you what I mean. We'll get my music started again here. But see, Saline has Demon's Hand, and Demon Hand is 90% work speed boost. I think like minus or an increase in sanity depletion by 15% or something, and then you can mine stuff out the tree. So pretty cool. But let's do this. There we go. Also, I will explain this real quick. You will find these around the world. I think there's only 3. There might be more there that I just haven't found, but these are little tiny springs here. So if you touch them, it'll heal all your pals, and it'll also give you 10 holy water. So, and killing pals in this area will also give you holy water. That's like the only 2 ways I've found to farm holy water currently, but there might be other ways. But killing pals and then these little fountains giving you 10 at a time is the only ways to get it. So kind of a pain. Also, there should be one of these spawn locations for those special pals right here as well. So just in this like big old path, you should be able to find a bunch of stuff. But you're okay, Frankie. You don't need to kill everything. We'll kind of sprint out of this area a little bit here. And this kind of going back this way. Let's go this way. But yeah, kind of just a bunch of caves. Obviously, Grizzbolts are aggressive, so this is kind of annoying. But like I said, in later areas, it's not as bad. Just a lot more Grizzbolt and all that stuff. Kind of look down here fast. So, like I said, there's just a lot of areas to explore. In fact, we'll even hop down here, especially because Duelist is too fat to jump up. And we'll get back on this path down here. Yeet. Alright, but like, see, here's where you find Starion Primo. I'll lag a bit, apologies for that. We'll even hop across the river here. As you can see, this is where you find Xiaolong. What up, buddy? Prepare to die. Goodbye. Can you use Dr. Braun to put other passes into the whale? I believe you could, but as I always say, I always personally don't recommend using Dr. Braun, especially now that you can put rainbow skills. You can use rainbow skills in the pal surgery table by using these things called disposable. implants, which are just one-time use implants. Why do you hate me? What did I do to you? But I personally wouldn't recommend using Dr. Braun. I don't unless they update it. I haven't really tested them yet. But yeah, I always never recommend Dr. Braun. Like I said it earlier in stream, I was trying to test Dr. Braun by using what's it called? Trying to use upgrade Zoe and Grisbolt because that was really the only good way to do it besides the stuff in that pal surgery table. Are you supposed to be here or are you a special guy? Why are you here? You're supposed to be like in the ice region. What's your deal? You're not special either. That's weird. But yeah, like I was saying though, with Zoe and Griswold, I tried using only Dr. Braun to upgrade them, and they're currently sitting with 4 negative passive skills. And it's been like that for a very, very long time. Like after many, many attempts of trying to get even one better one on them. So yeah, I just don't recommend it. I would just say just to PAL surgery table and Yukumo. Oh, by the way, since we're passing over it, so these are the ancient relics, chat. These are super cool. As you can see, they come in all different variants, just like everything else. So common, uncommon, rare, epic, and then legendary. Obviously, don't have that. But you use an ancient relic recycler, and it just gives you a bunch of cool stuff, and that's where you'll get a lot of those diamond implants or rainbow implants. So, and then also how you get the how you make the awakening crystals. These are the awakening crystals. These are little like gems that you need 50 of these and 10 holy water to make a crystal, and then it gives your pals an attack boost, defense boost, and just like all around stat boost. But yeah, but then there's like this area here. You find dupe in here as well. And we could probably even hop down here. Whee. Here's also where you'll find the boss version of Duelith. Or at least one of those places you'll find him. So he'll be like right here. Goodbye, brother. And he just falls over when he dies. But there's another fountain here. So this is going to be the second fountain location for those who are curious. Like I said, I think there's 3. There might be more, but I've only found 3. Then let's go explore this way, because going the other way kind of leads us to the end part. By the way, a fun little quirk about Dupin is that though, because they're a magician, they run on top of water. Like you might see it here. But when they go into water, they don't like swim or anything. They just run on top. Yep, see, there you go. That Dupin's running on water over there. Just standing on it. And I don't know if they lose stamina or anything up on the water, but yeah, they just stand in the water and do not care. Trying to remember all the paths. So yeah, we'll go like this way. I lied. There's no path that way. We will go up this way. But see, that's the nice part. There's like paths that lead you through all these areas. So if you just kind of stick to paths, you'll eventually like go to areas. Oh, here's another example of one of these pals. So it's like Orsurk, he's normally not here, and he's got that glow. Whoops. Oh. Sorry, a little phlegmy chat. Come on, buddy. There we go. He's got Hermit Sage. Nice. Alright. Let's keep going. So yeah, that leads us back that way. So let's go up this path. See, I kind of got a general idea of like where everything is, but like I still get a little disoriented sometimes. So it be what it be. Yeah, I'm kind of just going through this part quick because it's kind of boring, but here is the new section here. This is in this kind of areas where you'll find Rauge. You'll also find Snocklux. You'll also find Orsurks in this area, just like regular ones, not those like colorful or the glowing ones like we found, just regular Orsurks, but find some pretty cool stuff. Did you test it again? Yeah, I tested it all during early access and it didn't have anything, so it still doesn't have an egg. Well, that is unfortunate. And if I make a review on 1.0, that is going to be the biggest flaw of 1.0. By the way, what do you, I haven't shown it to chat yet. What do you think of the what's it called? The final PAL. I think it's cool and I want it, which is why I'm very pissed you don't get an egg. Here, let me kind of show off this area from above so you guys can kind of see a good view of it. But like I said, it's a pretty cool little area. Let me even hop on Adrelon. And it's like it's a pretty cool area. You can kind of go all the way up to see it. There's these cool tower things that give you cinematics when you unlock them now, which also explores a big chunk of your map. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's like there's some pretty cool stuff you can do over here. And yeah, we'll drop back down so we can just kind of keep exploring for you guys. But which path do we want to actually take? We'll take this one. I think they'll both more or less lead us to the same place. So we'll just keep chugging along on this. I mean, I could see that, like, not having an element, but at the same time, it's like, come on. Like, here's my argument. If you're going to put in the Paldex or Palpedia, then give it to me. Let me have it. If I can't actually own it and use it, do not put it in there. I do not care about the stupid little what's it called, the name for it, or the little description. I think it's stupid. By the way, chat, we might actually have to take a slight minor pause here because this is the poison section. So you'll see when we come in here, I'm gonna start dying. See, I'm dying. So we will have to come back to this because I need to go grab a gas mask. Totally forgot about that. But yeah, if all I'm saying is that that final PAL design is easily one of, if not the coolest design in the game. So it's like the fact you can't get it to use is very annoying. I'm being stupid. I'm looking for a PAL one. That is not what I need. By the way, chat, this is a new thing you can also make in case you don't have a Dandalord. This is the Corrosive Mist Mask. You can put this on, and this will, it's like an accessory, and essentially it'll make it so you don't die. At least to that poison stuff. So we'll go back to this. It'll let me teleport. That's another thing with controller. It's like randomly, like I'll try to teleport, even though I know I'm in the teleport menu. It won't let me click stuff that teleports, and I got back out and all this crap. So there are some glitches. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you can't give us this like super like badass design and be like, by the way, you can't have it. Like, what the fuck? You give us a whale that's like bigger than anything on the planet, but I can't have this cool ass looking PAL. Oh, by the way, chat, in this area where I'm at here, this red area, this is where you find Eidrolon Ignis. As you can see, he looks pretty cool. I like him a lot. Yeah, I didn't ask. But, well, I guess that I appreciate you letting me know that, Randy, because to be honest, I was like, oh, maybe I should try the Ultra because maybe they just didn't give it access in the early access stuff. But like, if you're telling me that it's not in there, I believe you. So that means it was probably supposed to be that way to begin with. Which once again is very disappointing because it's like, why even have it in the Palpedia? You know what I mean? It's like, if it's supposed to be something we don't have, make it like Moon Lord where it's just not in there. There's no reason to have it. By the way, over here, we kind of just flew over and skirted to it, but this is where you find the boss for Renjishi. With a buddy prepared to die. Rest in pepperoni. No badass pals until you eat your vegetables. Never. Maybe, but I feel like I'd have to look at the patch notes because unless it says it somewhere or someone is able to confirm that like there is like files for like a usable PAL, I have no idea, unfortunately. I even DM'd Bucky on Discord. I'm like, where's my Astrylum egg? And he has not responded, which is disappointing. I forgot to flip back to my normal guy. We're in our combat little fella. Also in this poison areas where you find Magex. See, I'm so used to using a glider for just like little things, so if I try to just like glide anywhere now, I just go like 8 miles. But this is also where you find Venusa in this red area here. We're kind of working our way to Dandy Lord right now. You also find Flerical here as well. So, pretty cool stuff. What is with you? Why am I finding you in random places? I feel like these guys are not supposed to be in these areas. Come on, buddy. You get shot. You see, that's the second part. When you hit them with that thing, technically there's supposed to be that like uproot thing that also is supposed to affect them. Most of the time they die by the initial shot. And over here, chat. I'll show it on a map in a sec. Which, by the way, that is cool. But it's like all the way up here. This is the dungeon for Dandalord. So, oops. Yeah, we're gonna fight him quick. I don't know if we're gonna do this with every boss. Maybe this guy in like Vigilance. And there is actually one more I do want to show off, but look at this guy. I need to come through here with Yakumo one of these days, but all right, buddy. Nothing personal. Feels like it has issues towards the end, like actually connecting, you know, like you notice that like at the very end of that like partner skill attack, it just kind of stopped doing damage. I felt like it didn't move it enough to where it should have stopped doing damage, you know? Yeah, I'm bored. Big cannon. Good luck. Alrighty. Well, let's keep moving on, chat. But that was Dandalord. I think he's pretty cool. I gotta figure out I gotta see what his breeding combinations are, because I really want an upgraded version of him. I think he's really neat. But I'm super happy I was able to figure out a breeding combination for Duelist so early, because I love this pal. We're just gonna keep following this path, and I think we're going to ice next. Can't remember. Yeah, it's gonna take us a second to get there, but we're working our way to the ice region. This is also in a kind of like different area. It's kind of the same area, but it's not poisonous. A good way of putting it, it's like the opposite end of this, where it's like same stuff as like the Snorklux, I believe there's Orsurk, and then also Rauj and stuff. So that middle area is just kind of like the weird special area. We'll keep going this way because I want to just kind of circle the map. I'll let you guys do all your own individual exploring, but I at least want to kind of show you as many of the different regions as possible. Like here, the game plan is to run around and show you as much as I can before I'm pretty much about to fall asleep. And right before I'm about to fall asleep, that's when we do the final boss, and then we probably end stream. So that's generally the game plan. But here is the excuse me, chat, icy region. This place is pretty cool. Get it because it's cold. But you can find like Bastgorg here. Pretty neat. But chat, this is the other thing I wanted to show you. This is the only other boss fight I want to show you. Not, it's like inside this big massive building, but this place is kind of cool. Also, as you can see, you've got more of these enclosed crysts. Oh, a rampaging one. Hey, buddy. There we go. Look at that damage. I guess that's from those guys as well. I agree. But that does not take away the coolness factor from me. I still like them a lot. By the way, I already grabbed them from here, but there will be some effigies in both of these Anubis towers for those who end up getting here. But yeah, this is like a pretty cool building. You gotta do some kind of like roaming around it, but then there's the like special kind of boss fight at the very end. By the way, this is where you also find the knocked version of Duelith. So once again, there'll kind of always be piles of stones until you like interact with them, then they'll like try to attack you. Nothing really in here. Let me hop off Duelith so we can actually see. So we'll just look at this again. Nothing really here. Excuse me, don't mean to keep clearing my throat. Yeah, it's just like then you're in this big giant church area. Yeah, oh, we pissed off a Duelith. Sorry, buddy. Go away. Well, let's just hop in this fight so we don't have to deal with any of these enemies. This one's kind of fun because it's kind of like a weird one. So essentially, instead of it being one kind of alley fight, you essentially fight shadow versions of every single tower boss. I see you got Lillian and Griswold here first. And you'll kind of just go through all of them. Nice job, buddy. I think it's just one or two more. Yeah, it should be two more. So then it should be Bastgor and what's his name? Xiaolong. I'm sorry, chat. My brain is like crying a bit. I had some energy, but it's been rapidly decreasing. So, I don't really want to like cut it short because I want to keep exploring with you guys, but I want to show you guys this cool final boss before we get off for tonight. So we're gonna go run and do that after this, and then if I can explore anymore before I pass out, cool. But if not, I might unfortunately have to end things a little early. But if anything, that'll be just more for you guys to explore. I kind of showed you guys a lot of the pals and stuff, so you guys at least know what you're looking for. We did see quite a bit today, but yeah, it's so much. There's no way you can kind of see and do everything in like one stream, even with having like knowledge beforehand. All right, but we be on. All right, chat, because I'm like actually kind of falling asleep sitting in my chair right now. We're gonna go fight the final boss, okay? Not gonna do the hard version or the ultra version, because apparently it's still not worth it. Because all you get from it is hair and a skill fruit that's eh. Like, Heartless's Purifying Light is better. We'll try. Heck, with how tired I am, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to beat the normal one. I might like stop moving halfway through. But I'm sorry, we kind of just like skipped this. Let me hop out of here fast. I was just sprinting in this. So chat, let's get some distance, shall we? So all of your paths will end up leading to essentially this section, and this is like the last final area here, which leads you to this big awesome cool bridge, and this is where you fight the final boss in this big giant tree area, which is pretty cool. But essentially all that flying around and exploring in all of these areas here, that's to lead you right back to this. So all of this is meant to lead you right here. But essentially, after all that, you end up going across the bridge. This is also where you find Celestia Noct, by the way. Like right there. But essentially, fly across the bridge. You need to beat every single tower boss to actually even fight this thing, which is why I was saying like we need to beat the tower boss. Because if you're gonna fight this thing, you're gonna need to beat every single tower boss. But we're just gonna do the normal version. Hopefully it won't completely kick my ass, and yeah, good luck, have fun, chat. So we're gonna sit here and watch this, and we're gonna fight this final boss. Okay, all right, let's pause this. Regular version. All right, guys, here we go. I'm just gonna be silent. You guys enjoy this. But just look at that thing, chat. Look at it. And I can't have it. Anyways, I'm not really worried about this fight because I've already beaten the Ultra one like 4 times. But it's pretty cool. It's a cool, fun fight. We should probably do this. What am I doing? This. There we go. Now this is a bit more exciting. That's what I'm saying. Mr. Randy confirmed it for us. Apparently he's already gone through and beaten the Ultra for this. And, yeah, so in the official, it's not in, there's no egg for it either. So it wasn't, like, held off for early access. So, yeah, I'm a little upset. Come on, buddy. Frankie, come here. Big laser. Oh, of course you do that move the second I do my cool move. You can't do your cool move. I'm doing my cool move. Alrighty, well. We beat him. By the way, I want to point this out. Look at those Yetis. I have to point them out every time. Like, they're just unnaturally large. You can't even see your torso, just Yetis. It's also funny because you're supposed to, like, look sad here, but I just have my Xenoloord head on. Loading, please wait. I don't know why Anubis is there. You guys didn't do shit. But like shows you a nice little cinematic with all your pals that you beat it with, which is cute. But what's not cute is not giving me a fucking Astralum egg. And so I already beat it, so you didn't see it, but there's supposed to be, once you beat it for the first time, it'll say this nice little thing where it's like, thank you for playing Palworld and all that stuff. But yeah, that is the final boss, chat. Um, I don't think we're gonna run around with duelists, but I might fly over all these last areas that we didn't go over with Idrilon here. But yeah, so you don't get jack shit from beating any of these bosses, any of these final bosses. You don't get an egg. When you beat the ultra version, all you get, you don't even get like good resources. All you get is a hair piece and a skill fruit, which I can show you here because I already have it growing at my base. And it's not even that good. It's okay, but it's like not anything incredible. But yeah, it's a little disappointing, gotta say. Oh, neat. Well, guys, after this, if you guys want to watch, I think it's the Ultra. I don't remember. I think we had some adjusted settings on. We were doing a lot of testing because there was some bugs where we literally couldn't beat it, so we like made ourselves invincible at certain points, and we still couldn't beat it, and then they had to fix it. So we were doing a lot of testing, but yeah, that video's up on Azalea Games channel, so make sure to check that out. But just to kind of quickly fly over some of these areas. So this is just a little area below here. By the way, that last spring for the holy water is going to be right here if you ever need to heal your pals. And then on the map, oh my gosh, if my thing wants to work, it's going to be this spot right here. So just kind of keep following the path, and then it's just going to be kind of off to the left side of it, kind of hidden away behind this wall. Because, like, you won't be able to see it from down here. See, that's all it looks like. So just remember, it is hidden up here. But cool little waterfall area. You find some cool stuff here. You find like Wistella. You find Tetroy's Primo, the big rock guy. Where is he? I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen one yet. There he is. So you'll find these guys here. It's pretty neat. You also find Salines here. This is where you also find Silvix Primo. But yeah, this area is where you find a bunch of cool, fun stuff. But we're gonna go back this way though, because we're gonna fly all the way down that lower area. Like I said, I'm sorry if it feels like I'm really like blitzing through this. I'm like literally on the verge of passing out, and I'm like, I want to try to show this. I'd rather barely show it off than not show it off at all, you know. But down here, you got this cool area. So, nice little water area, a little hard to see, but this is where you're gonna find your boss of, what's his name? Agidron. So like in the trailer, I believe this is kind of the area it was showing. I don't think it had all this like bluish fog tint stuff to it, but this was definitely the same area you're fighting him in. So that's where that raid boss is. You also find Phalaris and stuff here. You find a few other things. Like here's where you also find Celine. So if you guys want that little cutie patootie, this is the area to find her. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember if there's any other pals that really spawn here that are like important or solely spawn here, but specifically Soline if you want her. But yeah, not really much else in this area specifically, just a lot of Phalaris and what's it called? But now we're starting to get into a new area, so this is where you'll find my Cora. So little mushroom girl, little cutie. And that's something I have noticed. They've added a lot of cutesy kind of pals in this update. I think some of them are very cute, but it's like, I'd like, give me my cool demon pal. I'd like that alongside my cutesy pals, thanks. But, in this area here, so in this, like, big stretch here, this is where you're gonna find, like, Lillian Noct, my Cora, you're gonna find Lumen here. Yep, see, we're killing a Lumen right now. Let me find some of those bubble things I was telling you about, by the way. Where are we? So we're here. Where are those bubbles? Ironically, like the one time I'm trying to find, there they are. So these are the bubbles I was talking about. So for Sylvants, you should be immune to them, but if you run into them currently, they hurt you. Normally they knock you off your pal. I don't know if I am immune to stuff with this guy, or if it's just some of the passives on me right now, but yeah, normally they knock you off your pal. Like, let's see, is there one on the ground I can run into? Here, let me hop on. Not knocking me off. Usually it's supposed to knock you off, so I literally couldn't tell you why it's not. I mean, I think it might have to do with one of the passive skills. Do these guys both have even immortality? No. Is it immortality? I don't think immortality does it. Yeah. I don't know why you guys aren't getting knocked out. Normally they knock you out, so weird. But this is gonna be Sylvance's little spawn thing. We can do their fights so you guys can see them in action and everything. Or I'm gonna get stuck in the floor. It's fine. I'm gonna go pass out my stuff. Enjoy your night. Thanks for stopping in, as I hear ya. But you have a good night. Fight me, buddy. I could probably pull these guys back and let my pal fight. Frankie, kill. Are those triangle things floating on your back? Are they better floating swords? Yeah, pretty much. Like, on top of doing more damage with the legendary one, you can have 9 of them out at a time compared to the Terra Prism, which only gives 7 at a time, even with legendary. Come here, buddy. Oh, we need battle music. Hold that thought. There we go. Now we're in action time, baby. How'd you miss, buddy? You're aiming right at him. I don't like this move. We did chat. Also, once again, this music is available, all part of the royalty-free music label, Speakerhead Studios. So if you want to use this music for your own battles, go ahead and use it. It's called New Encounter. So just look at Speakerhead New Encounter, and you will find it on like YouTube Music, Spotify, and all that good stuff. New Digimon acquired. Anyways. Well, like I said, chat, we're going to quickly sprint through the rest of this area and kind of show off this last little bit here and kind of circle back to this bit. And yeah, we're gonna call it a night because I'm on the verge of passing out. I've also been going for like 6 hours almost. So, yeah, I'm tired. How do you get the new legendary gear? Same as how we used to before. Yeah, so update ironically, and that kind of goes back to my like kind of half lying about not having early access. That was another thing where it's like there was so much what's it called? There's so much to change, including like treasure maps. Like my treasure map video is already kind of out of date because now you can get all the new ancient stuff from like the legendary schematics. So most of that stuff is still the same. It's just now you have to include ancient stuff in the legendary thing, but everything else is kind of the same from what I was seeing. But yeah, so you can get legendary schematics from either doing legendary treasure maps or by opening up these relics. By the way, this is what I was talking about. Look, it's Mycora, and she's got her little army of shroomer simps. This is like literally the boss. They did this on purpose. Kill the simps. YouTube, don't demonetize me for saying that. But yeah, so like I was saying though, you can get them either from that, or you can open up these things, these ancient relics in a ancient relic recycler, and they will also give you stuff. So it's pretty cool. Like here, let's quickly sprint to a teleporter. Well, we'll show you this a little bit. We'll fly a little slow so you guys can kind of see it. But we'll teleport back, and I'll quickly use that recycler machine so you guys can see. But let me grab this too while lagging. Oh my gosh, there we go. That was a struggle, but it's all cool areas and everything. Once again, I apologize for going through it super fast. I'm just literally about to pass out. But it's cool. It's all really like awesome areas, and it's super fun to like explore on the ground and all that. But yeah, I'm just so tired. I'm at the point of being so tired, I'm starting to get a headache. So I'm like, I want to start really wrapping it up. But that's generally all the areas. So we kind of started here. We worked our way up here, kind of worked over here, went through this path to the ice area. Came back around, almost passed out after we fought this little thing over here. Then we fought the tower boss. We jumped down here in this little section, and then we just explored this little area. So, oh yeah, and then we also came back down and we looked at this a little bit too. But yeah, besides this area, which to be honest is a lot of kind of nothing from what I'm finding, or it's not that much that I'm finding. Yeah, other than that, yeah, we pretty much got everything. So let's quickly teleport back to base, and I'll show you the ancient relic thing. There is a bunch of new structures and stuff too. I'm sure people will be putting out videos about it soon. Unfortunately, like I said, I am not going to go over it because I'm tired. I'll point them out just so you guys know about them, but we'll do that super fast. So starting off, ancient furnace. All these ancient things are weird, by the way. You need dual people. So great example, this needs kindling and cooling. This is not everything, but this is the ancient mine. You can mine everything here. You're gonna find a common theme. All these ancient things are smaller, and you can do everything in one spot with these. So like great example, you can mine literally pretty much every side of material here except for peroxide, but you can get that fairly easily. So, but these are the new mining spots. So like great example, if I cancel this, open recipe, I can literally select any of these, including hardwood, and go all the way up to solarite and mine all of this. So you can also mine corallium here, you can mine chromite here, you can mine literally everything except for peroxide here. So this is the ancient workbench. You need handiwork and medicine production at the same time to do this. Well, not at the same time, but you need both. This is the new workbench or workstand. It does literally nothing different than every other one, than the wooden one. It's all the same. It's stupid, but it is what it is. This is the new high pressure oil rig thing. Jesus, that was fast. This new oil rig or oil thing. Sprinting up here fast. These are the new breeding things. They're really fast and they auto incubate your eggs as well. So it's an all-in-one machine. So it's a breeding farm and things. So you don't even need the big massive breeding farms anymore. Like literally, these are 3 breeding farms right here. So you just take like 2 random pals. So let's go like these 2, and bam, they're breeding. And it's fast. Like really, really fast. Hello, Jacob. I hope you're doing well. Fortunately, joined at a bad time. We're literally about to be ending, but I'm glad he at least stopped in. I recommend checking out the rest of the stream, especially before I started getting really tired. We went over a lot of all the new pals and all that stuff, so that was all towards, I would say the beginning of the stream, but it was kind of like the midway point, honestly, because we chilled for an hour and a half before 1.0. Nice. That is a very cool card. I don't really play Yu-Gi-Oh anymore, but that is very cool. But yeah, but you got this thing here, pretty cool. The new breeding farm, so that's gonna help a ton for space saving and all that stuff. But these are the ancient spas. They look pretty cool and keep you happy. That's the new ancient bed. To be honest, I still like the pods better because they're smaller, but they're neat. And then the only other main thing in terms of structures I gotta point out is underneath these stairs. Oh jeez. Underneath stairs, new power generator here. This requires electric and cooling. Not cooling, water, which is why Yormintide's here, because it overheats and he needs to cool it down. And then the very, very last thing, which is super cool, are these. There's 2 different variants. There's a lower tier one and this higher tier one, but these are little medical clinic things, and you have one of your pals work medicine here, and it keeps all your pals happy and healthy. And with these, no matter how stressful it gets, all my pals are always healthy. So it's pretty neat. So if you struggle with keeping your pals' sanity and all that stuff good, these will help a ton. And then finally, this is the new farm, the ancient farm. Once again, very, very small. You can put probably 9 of these in the plot of one of these. But once again, you can literally select whatever crop you want. You can just grow it all from this one thing. So, and same with the ancient workbench over here. So if you go over here, as you can see, you can do spheres in here, you can do every sort of ammo, you can do all the weapons, you can do everything in this one bench here. Also, this bench is where you can craft all these accessories in the other normal bench. But in this bench is the only one where you can craft these awakening crystals that give your pals a boost and give them that glowing aura, the yellow glowing aura. So remember, if you want these, you need the ancient workbench. But and then see, you can even craft gear here. So once again, all the ancient stuff boils down to smaller and kind of condenses multiple buildings into one structure. Oh yeah, and then the kitchen. This isn't much different, but still got it. the last thing I want to show you, actually, because it was the first thing we were talking about, this is the ancient relic recycler. So essentially, if we open this up, as you can see, I saved some in here so I can kind of show you what it does, but we'll put all these extra ones in here as well. Also, I'm doing it manually because it doesn't seem to auto put it in there. Then all you do is turn it on. You gotta have some holy water down there below as well. It doesn't seem like it expires, but we'll find out in a sec. Might expire more frequently now. Essentially, as you can see, then he just crafts and it just gives us stuff. It's a new, sorry, you're not my good thing. Oh, by the way, you can quick stack now, at least on controller it's B. If you're on PC, you might need to figure that out for yourself, but you can now just quick stack by like clicking on a chest instead of going in it and quick stacking. So that's pretty nice. What am I looking for at this? Here, level 10. Jeez. And yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. So like, this got double-edged holy blade, got demon god. So like, this is where you get those disposable rainbow skills from opening up this relic. There might be other ways to get them, but this is the only way I've personally found to get them so far in 1.0. But then you get a bunch of other good stuff too. You get like some of these star fruits. So level 4 and level 3. You also just get some manuals, some technique books, a bunch of these ancient civilization cores, some manuals. Sometimes they glitch together, but it just gives you a bunch of stuff. And then when that's like full, it'll just like stop working, and then you just empty it out, and then you can put everything away. But yeah, so if I just click B on all these, it'll tell me if I have anything in there. So no duplicate items in chests, so that means I don't have anything. Yeah, but pretty much everyone gives better tier stuff. It seems like these lower tier ones give the world tree boost, and then the higher tier ones give the like actual like really good new disposal implants. But you still get some pretty good stuff. See, King of the Wave Swift, 2 Demon God, Demonic Grasp, Kinship Peaches as well, which is nice. Same with Pal Fruit. So if you ever get to the point of farming the ancient tree, get relics. They will help you out so much. But chat, I think because like my head is actually like really hurting a ton, we're gonna end things here. I appreciate all you guys who have tuned into the stream. I'm sorry if this wasn't as energetic and stuff as my other ones. I've just been fighting, trying not to fall asleep for half of this thing, so I apologize about that, but hope you guys enjoyed it. I had a fun time kind of showing you guys everything. Maybe I can do another stream kind of doing a little part 2 where we kind of go into more depth, but I'll definitely have some videos coming out here soon. So if you haven't liked the stream, make sure to like. I'd really appreciate that. Also, if you enjoyed any of the music you heard during the video, like any of the battle music, all part of the royalty free music label Speaker Art Studios, links in description. And yeah, thanks again for everyone tuning in. It's been super awesome talking to all you guys, and I will catch everybody in the next stream. Oh, by the way, I will eventually be doing a full fresh playthrough stream of Palworld. I don't know when that's happening, but I just got to decide on a schedule, and it'll probably be like a weekly thing. I'll let you guys know more about that and post in other videos and stuff. But other than that, that's gonna be it for me for now, guys. Appreciate you all checking out the stream, and I'll catch everyone in the next one. Take it easy, everybody.